I would like to call the meeting to order for tonight's our board meeting of January 16. Daniela, please roll call, please.
President Mrs. Say,
Present?
Vice President Mr. Nishi,
Present?
Clerk Mr. Noyola,
Present.
Board Member Mr. Beach,
Present.
Board Member Dr. Eugenio,
Here.
Board Member Dr. Rios, Board Member Mrs. Yu.
Present.
Thank you.
At this time, we will begin a special studies section. The topic will be board member reflection and input for updating the district mission, beliefs, as well as establishing a graduate profile for ABC Unified students. Before I turn this over to Dr. Zillow, I will ask my colleague to please focus on this important process. Thank you. And Dr. Zillow, can you please lead the reflection for us tonight?
Thank you. So happy New Year to everyone. Welcome back. As we embark on this new year, we're in the process as the district. I'm working with different groups and moving through the idea of reviewing our mission, our beliefs, and we want to establish a profile of what a graduate from ABC would look like. And so we wanted to just take a little bit of time here this evening to give you an opportunity to weigh in on some questions that would allow you to reflect on your goal as a board member, things that you believe are important for our students, key things you think that would be important for students to be able to know and do as they graduate, and maybe your thoughts on legacy for the future. And so we'll start with the first question, and anyone can chime in. We'll just kind of pick up on the item, but we'll start with you just sharing as a board member maybe what your goals are in serving the students of ABC Unified.
Do you, okay, so, I do have, thank you. Dr. Michael Eugenio, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm a big proponent of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So in order for a student to flourish, they have to be safe. So one of my key goals for student learning is to provide a safe environment for students so they can acquire academic achievement. So I think we've done that by hiring a campus safety officer. We've also increased our SIAs, and I believe safety is a priority for me to provide for our students so they can learn.
Next,
Imagine.
thank you. Are you done?
Yes.
Thank you. Next one will be our former president, board member now, Mr. Brad Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. My goals for our students for this year and future years would be to continue to support monies for safety, athletics, CTE, and learning recovery. I think we need to have good communication with our students and parents regarding our facilities and declining enrollment committee. That will be essential for this year. And those are my top priorities, along with trying to reduce tardiness and kids missing school, if there's anything we can do along those lines. And I agree with everything Dr. Eugenio said about, if our kids don't feel safe, they're not going to learn. So we also have to look at, not only spending money on technology and different things, but talking to them and making them feel safe.
Wow, thank you. Next one will be our vice president, Mr. Ernie Nishii.
So I had the exact same idea. Maslow's hierarchy in terms of safety, food safety, making sure that there's a perception of safety. And I agree very much wholeheartedly with also board member Beach in regards that we need to make sure that our kids feel safe. That includes mental health as well. Food safety, food security is important, and I think we've kind of addressed that already to a large extent, to the best we can, obviously. Equity officer, I think, has also helped kind of with the social safety in terms of making sure that people feel like they're wanted and part of a community in our school, that their leaders also look like them and they can achieve just like anybody else. We serve the community, so I think we have to serve the seniors. We have to serve businesses that need great students to propel them forward. So we want them to know that ABC students, I want them to be prejudiced in our favor, that ABC students are the best, right? And we're doing that, but we can do even more, I think, in that aspect. Seniors, the same thing. It's an issue of safety. But in terms of schools, good schools equals a safe environment for them. And making sure that we consider their needs. Sometimes things that are noisy, sometimes that's an issue for them. Traffic concerns, things like that. Those are the main things I had, and I like how our district has a place for all different kinds of students, not just the students definitely who need help on the bottom level, but also, not all, a lot of districts forget about this, but the people who are at the higher end who oftentimes get ignored, that are going to be our great scientists, we do something for them too. So I like how we have all aspects of our community that are addressed. We don't just give up on one or the other. Thanks. That's it.
Thank you. Next one will be our Mrs. Yu, a board member.
Thank you, President Say. Happy New Year, everyone. As a board member, the goal, I started out with one thing in mind is serve the needs of the different diverse families. Each families have different needs, different goals and aspirations. And ABC is a district that could, and that have, from what I've seen, have strived so hard to really meet the needs of so many different families, which is, some families want their kids basically to be healthy and be career ready and to graduate with confidence. Some families, it's really academic is top priority, that they want their kids for specifically academic success and be college ready. And many of us, we want well-rounded kids. And the goal as a board member is to try to make sure that all of these different family needs are met in different ways. And now I'm really thinking that the district does not only serve the needs of the families, but really the stakeholders too, because you don't have to have any kids, but there are community members, stakeholders, and they're important too, stakeholders. The accountability, how we use the funding, and how we balance the budget with the state's ever-changing regulations and policies. Just as a board member, now I have kind of grown to see the needs of trying to help balance, those different, factors and areas. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Next one is our board clerk, Mr. Nayola.
Thank you, Madam President. Some of the goals I believe, echoing what Dr. Eugenio said, is those basic needs of trying to serve our students. I know we have made a lot of changes at ABC to try to not just educate our students, but also serve those basic needs like, the food insecurity, housing insecurity, and just supporting not just the students, but families. So I think one of the biggest goals is just continuing that and just building more and more on top of it to keep showing the students that our schools are safe, that they're here to learn, and we're here to push them beyond their limits and show them that they can do anything. So I think that's just the main thing, just continue what we're doing.
Thank you, board clerk, Mr. Nayola. Any other board member has anything per se? Dr. Oga? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Sorry, I just joined you. Are we going over just one goal? Okay, well, yeah, I had some time to reflect, and I think that for me as a board member, sorry, recovering, would be to see that our students are achieving that academic success. Ultimately, we're a school district, and our goal is, or should be, to provide the experience in our schools where students can, again, experience academic success and emotional well-being so that they go on to be contributing members of society. And of course, that requires a lot as far as the skills that they should acquire, but I'll go ahead and leave it at that. Thank you.
I want to again thank you, my colleague, shared your district mission and belief, as well as establishing a graduate profile for ABC Unified School District students. I myself, I absolutely agree. All my colleagues has been mentioned. We're talking about academic, we're talking about psychosocial, and physical needs, and we want to balance all, and that's what we want all our district kids become like that, including adult school. Myself, as a new position here as president, I will improve in other areas communicating with all cities, council members, all cities, local club, such as Optimist Club, so Optimist Clubs, and Women's Club. I will work with them closely to relay our message to pass on so we all know what's going on in our district and their cities. So that's my goal, advance my communication with all. So I want to thank you again for my colleague present your special study. I also want to thank you, our Dr. Superintendent, Dr. Zillow, to lead the reflection, input the time with the board, and thank you for documentation and reflect back to us, sent to the board.
You're
Go
welcome.
ahead, Dr. Zillow.
All right, question 2. What are the things you believe are key for our students to experience as part of their education in ABC?
Okay, wow, you're all so fast. Thank you so much, Dr. Eugenio. The first year, you are number 1 now.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Dr. Eugenio.
You too. Thank you, Madam President. I believe a key experience for students to experience is being part of a team dynamic. Whether it's involvement in athletics, in band, debate, or a social club or ASB, I believe experience in leadership role or learn to be a good follower is some good real-world experience that they can achieve, and also adjusting to different personalities as well as conflict resolution. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Eugenio. The next one will be Miss Yu.
Thank you. Opportunities and challenges. Those are key experiences that every child should receive. And acceptance and experiencing lasting relationships where they have a relationships with adults, parents, teachers, mentors, counselors. I mean, that can make a huge difference in kids' life. And if we can catch the kid from falling through the crack because of caring adults, that kind of experiences can make, huge difference in children's life. So, opportunities and challenges, acceptance and responsibility.
Thank you. Next one, Board Member Mr. Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. For me, the basics of math, English, science, and history are fundamental. That should come first always. I also like the electives we offer, athletics, CTE, different pathways, and other languages. If you study other countries, most students in other countries speak 3, 4, 5 languages. That's not true in America. So I would love if we could even start earlier, somewhere in K through 6, just introducing them to different languages. I think that would be a great thing to offer.
I thank you so much. You're absolutely correct. That's what we have 2 languages right now, absolutely. That's Spanish and the Chinese immersion program going on in our district. And that's my wish too. We're going to elaborate more. Thank you again, Board Member Mr. Beach. Next one will be our Board Clerk, Mr. Nayola.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to build on what Board Member Beach said, we have such a unique opportunity here at ABC. We have such a diverse school district, and I think just celebrating each other's cultures and just embracing and building that rapport with one another. I think our students are going to be much more empathetic, understanding, and have a better worldview. And on top of that, we have such a great academics that they're just going to be the best alumni once they finish high school.
Thank you, Board Clerk, Mr. Nayola. Next one will be our Vice President, Mr. Nishii.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So yes, balance is very, very important. Math, science, English, those are the key main things we're here for, to make sure we can build the great things that we can do, but also having a great motivation. So sports is part of that. Balance that's the balance. I remember at Lille, the kids, they said, "Oh, you guys just studied to the test." No, they actually love going to school because they have a great theater program. And it can't just only be sports, it has to be the other arts as well. I noticed that there's a lot of very dedicated band students out there, the flags, and we need to treat them the same or fairly in terms of financing these particular other things that we do. Aquatics, we have 2 football fields, but we don't have a pool. So those are things that we need to, aquatics would be gender neutral, right? We want to make sure that women also have the opportunity to do sports, because we know that if they do sports, they will actually probably do much better in their life. So, I mean, those are things that I think would be great things that we could focus on.
Thank you, Vice President, Mr. Nishii. Next one, go ahead, Dr. Zillow. Oh, you want, oh, there's no pushing button here, that's why. I apologize for that. That's okay. I think, based on pushing number. Thank
Got
you,
it.
Dr., for you now, Dr. Rios.
Thank you. Again, really appreciated the question, because I think I can echo what has been said, and what I'd add would be that I'd like our students all to experience respect, to be treated with respect in any environment, in and out of school, regardless of their ethnicity, zip code, or how they identify. I would like to know that they're experiencing a fair opportunity to learn. Again, we know that students' interests are varied and very diverse, and it's nice to know that we provide for those. Rigor, somebody spoke to challenges. They're going to have to, again, to be productive participants of society, know how to read well, know how to write well, know how to do those academics in any endeavor, whether, again, as college, which I'm a big proponent of, or the world of work, or a trade. And then, of course, the last piece that I'd like to add is that they're being supported in their academics and in social emotional. We know that for some it comes easy and they fit right in, but others need that added support. And I like to think that here at ABC we provide that support as needed. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Rios. The next one,
All
Dr.
right.
Superintendent.
Question 3. In establishing a profile of a graduate for ABC Unified, what qualities, skills, and characteristics do you believe our students need to have when they graduate?
Okay. Well, like I said, Dr. Hino, you on the boat tonight.
Madam President,
Dr. Hino, go ahead, board member, your turn.
some of the skills I would like some of our graduates to have is minimal financial literacy, whether it's managing accounts, managing bank accounts, building a credit profile, and managing that credit profile. I think that would be key for them to survive after graduation, whatever path they go through, college, trade, or going straight to work. Some of the qualities I would like them to have is respect and courtesy. And in the business world, I have found that that has gone a long way. Even though it's very simple, it's gone a long way for me. So building respect and courtesy, and also professionalism in appearance and in manner.
Thank you so much.
Madam President.
Thank you. Next one will be our board member, Dr. Rios.
Thank you. I remember being a little surprised when I attended, I think it might have been my first NSBA, National School Boards Association conference, and when the head of the entire United States HR got up there, was giving a presentation, and he talked about the importance of creativity and the importance of creativity in our students. And so a lot of times we do get caught up because we know how important it is for kids to have those academics down. You know, they talked about other things, and something that really stuck with me was the idea of, and this is all research-based, the 4 C's of 21st century learning, and that includes communication, students to be able to communicate orally and in writing and so on, the ability to collaborate and be able to work with diverse communities or individuals, to think critically, and, you know, we've seen how that can play a role in our society as of late, especially in politics, and the need to be creative. So I'll stick to the 4 C's. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rios. Next one will be our board clerk, Mr. Nayola.
Thank you, Madam President. I think some of the skills are something we've already shared earlier. Is just a basic grasp of, you know, math, reading and writing. But on top of that, some of the qualities that I see it's much needed is being able to adapt to your environment. That is something that, you know, in the workforce, in college, or just in your life, you're going to have to make changes and adapting. So I think if our students are prepared to, you know, taking on challenges and being able to push through, and knowing that if they work hard enough that they can overcome them, they're going to do very well in life.
Thank you, Board Clerk, Ms. Nayola. Next one will be our board member, Mr. Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I tried to look at this question from the perspective of some friends I had that came out of high school and were unsuccessful in college or didn't make it in life. I think we need to teach students how to have good study habits, how to take notes, how to take tests. Just the fact that going to class in college every day is critically important. I like what Michael said about the financial skills. We need to teach kids how to save money, how credit works, the stock market. You know, there's not really a class for that. I don't know where it could be incorporated, but it's critically important in somebody's life to not be buried in credit from the beginning and never get out from under it. I think public speaking is probably the #1 skill you could give a young person for interviews, for communicating in life and on jobs. I think every student should have a public speaking class. Of course, math and English proficiency. And then the last one I had listed as character, leadership, and common sense. Now, I know it would be hard to have a class in common sense, but it's just teaching those basic skills that will help a college student or somebody who's going right into the workforce from high school.
I love that leadership on the first one. Thank you very much, Board Member Mr. Beach. Next one will be our Vice President, Mr. Nishii.
Thank you, Madam President. So I think, yes, relevance is key. Relevance is a key thing that we need to teach our students. So relevance in terms of financial, that's really a good one. I think, my daughter, for example, I got to make sure that she knows how to balance that checkbook and what it means to communicate all the details of what it got out there. So that's the key thing, relevance for the business as well, in terms of what does business need in our community. Do we need buggy whip makers or do we need computer engineers? Maybe that's the area that we go towards in terms of things. Academics is definitely part of it. And, in terms of also being part of the community, because at the end of the day, a lot of us, we want to have come back and we want them to be good understanding of their own community and how to be contributors of that. And followership. Leadership is important, but also being able to understand that you don't always get your way, that we need to follow sometimes other people with critical thinking skills. So those critical thinking skills with the financial and the other, I think that would make an ideal profile of a student that will serve the community, serve the businesses, serve their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one will be Board Member Mrs. Yu.
Yes, thank you. Confidence, good habit, responsibilities, and own up to your consequences. Not entitlement, but earn it. That's it. Make it short.
Thank you very much. So Dr. Zillo, next one, please.
All right, our final question this evening. As a board member, what do you want your legacy to be when your time on the board is completed?
I'm going to buy law. No, I can't say that. I want to say, Dr. Eugenio, your turn now.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like my legacy to be known as, I'd like to be known as a champion of parental rights, fiscally responsible, and fair, regardless of beliefs and values.
Thank you.
Madam President.
Thank you. We done? Thank you, Dr. Eugenio. Next one will be our board member, Mr. Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like my legacy to be somebody who helped the communication amongst the board members and for everybody to have better relations. We disagree on occasion, but we have to have respect for each other. Strengthening city and other school board relationships, transparency with the community. I've responded to every single email that anybody from the public has ever sent me, and I think we owe them that respect. I'm proud of the 30 and 30 program, visiting all the schools. I think certainly a president should do that, but all of us really, to highlight our staff and thank them for the job they do.
I just want to let you know I've been done more than 10 people or 10 places already. I think how many I have, Scott, was 8, 9, the December, and January I have a more, it's almost more than probably 12 right now already. So meeting at 28, probably by February or March, I'll be done. So I just want to let you know, but thank you for the challenge, and I think all of us need to take the challenge and take the lead our district area. But I want to thank you, my board member, Mr. Beach mentioned that, really sincerely appreciate and your hard work in the last year. So the next one will be, I have our board clerk, Mr. Noyola.
Thank you, Madam President. A legacy I would like to leave as a board member is, just being an advocate for my community and just taking the challenges that we face and turning them into opportunities so that every student has the opportunity to go to college or get that really good paying job. So that would be a phenomenal legacy for myself.
Yeah, I just want to let the board clerk, Mr. Noyola, I want to let you know our board always supporting Hawaiian Garden. I think last month they had a reorganization, and we have quite a few board present on that meeting that night, the council meeting, just want to let you know. And please let us know more in case you need the support, and I will try to be there as much as I can. I want to thank you again. The next one will be board member Dr. Rios.
Thank you, Madam President. I think that I would like my legacy to be that I was a voice not only for students who are marginalized, but also a voice that was representative of parents in our district, of educators in our district, of administrators in our district, thanks to my extensive background in education, that my efforts have truly made our district better, whether it was to, being part of the efforts to go to by area voting or just the voice that I bring to every meeting. I think I want to, something that really resonates with me is we all celebrated Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. yesterday, and I really wanted to end with his quote, and that is that our lives begin to end the day we become silent about things that matter. And so I think I want my legacy to be to use my voice and, again, for the improvement of our communities.
Dr. Rios, you're absolutely correct, and thanks again. Now, next one will be board member Mrs. Yu.
It would be that I advocated for student achievement first and protect kids and family, especially in a very, very tough culture and California legal environment to advocate for parents to raise the kids and advocate that parents have the fundamental rights to raise the kids with their own values. Thank you.
Okay, the next, thank you, Mrs. Yu. Next one will be our Vice President, Mr. Nishii.
Hi. Very good responses. I think I'd want to make sure my legacy is that we provided something that's relevant for our kids, right? So CTE, we've done a pretty good job with CTE, I think. I mean, we've kind of brought them up. So that way it's not just only academics, it's also the career that they could get. Our facilities, that was a big thing. We're building science buildings and fields, and not all that I agree with, but a lot of it is the investment that our community had in our schools, and that doesn't happen unless you have trust. And so I think building our schools, building the facilities, will also end up building academics and building our community together, so that our kids, who are our biggest resource, get the resources that they deserve, and they go and do the things that they're meant to do, that they want to do, that we have trusted them to do for our betterment of our own lives. So I think that's the main thing are those things, which we've accomplished a lot of. And that's a lot of with the past leadership that we stand on, and the current leadership that's here, and how we work together as a team. So that's all.
I want to thank you so much, my colleague here, to present your belief, your mission, as well as establishing a graduate profile for ABC Unified students. The reason we brought this up because before our election, we all have something that the wish list we like to do, but reflect a lot of things we've been done already. So what else we can do? Let the public know our board current has another thought. So this is my improvement for the next a couple years we stay in the board. I want to thank you, my colleague, to present it tonight. Some of the things I do like to remind again, board member Mr. Beach, you're talking about communication with the cities and the school board, which is this one I want to remind everyone, this coming Friday at 4 o'clock to 6:30, right, Mr. Nishii? we'll have a mixer for ABCUSD, this talk focus on Latino and Asian student. I would like to invite my board colleague to join with our board Vice President, Mr. Nishi. I always call you doctor, which is, you got your lawyer. So,
My mom would have liked that.
your mom and I really close friends before, so still, I mean, she's one of the person I always admire her. She's really, and so we have a ABCUSD mixture on Friday, 4 to 7:30 at Cerritos High School. Am I right? And Mr. Nishi is ABCUSD, one of the board member, and he presented. It's not easy, and he organized the whole thing. So I wish my colleague to support that if you can. If you need to know more, and we'll send more information to remind you one more time. As long Dr. Ogario said, need to be working with Dr. Ogarios is on Lakewood area. I want to remind my colleague here, we do have the Lakewood. What was the state of the city of Lakewood on the January the 30th, which is as a Tuesday, 12 to 1 p.m. at this at Lakewood place. So if you need it, I want to ask Miss Daniel to resend those information to all our board member here to remind them. If you can't, to let her know that you will go there, then we will tell the city or tell ABCUSD how many people will be there. It'll be kind. We would like to have a couple board member can be there. I will share. If you can't go this one, some other one can go to other one, because right now we have 2 events coming out, the Lakewood and ABCUSD mixer. Okay, thank you. So this is some of the things your dream is being here. Now we'll carry it on. I just want to let you know this is our living dream, right? And then it's encouraging to all of us here, and then we respect all. That's our final answer of the thing. And Dr. Zillow, anything else? Okay, so that will conclude our special study section. I want to once again thank you for preparing for today's study section and allow us to have a chance to talk to our community that which is living dream for the 2024 and 2025. Thank you. Now, this is my concluded for this concludes the special study section, and we will now report out on closed section items. This evening, we will be discussing the following item in closed section. The first one was public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, 5 matter, and middle year superintendent evaluation update. This is based on Government Code 5495-7. Next one is conference with the labor negotiator. Update on negotiation with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA. This is based on the Government Code 54957.6. Anticipating litigation, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuit. To government, this is based on the Government Code 54956.9. D2E1, 1 matter. Student discipline. The deliberation on our student exposure, which is case 2324-3 pursuant to Education Code Section 48900A1. Deliberation on student exposure in case number 2324-7 to establish Education Code Section 48900A1 and 48900A2. Now, our next one go to public comments on closed section. Do we have any public comments for this closed section item? Board Clerk, Mr. Nayona, do we have any for this closed section items? Oh, great. Okay. Now we're going to move to closed section. May I have a motion and second?
So moved.
Okay. So we have a move and second. Now, all in favor, please say yeah.
Aye.
So motion pass 7-0. Thank you. credit. I teach college. I told my student no extra credit for you, but tonight I will ask my committee members here and parents and staff, give me 1 credit for this coming little 5 minutes late for getting our board meeting on time. We have a lot of issues tonight. I mean, a lot of agenda to discuss. That's why I'm late. So I want to apologize in everything. Okay. So now back our open section. I may have a motion and second for my colleague.
So moved. Ernie?
Thank you. And all in favor, please say yeah.
Aye.
I need to hear that. Thank you. This is our first meeting, so all in favor, please say aye, right? You say yes, so there will be vote. The motion passed, and is 7-0. Okay. I also ask everyone, please, in here, selling your phone, that including my colleague and myself. I want to double check. Yep, mine is complete silent. Okay. So our closed section report out tonight in closed section. Our board discussion, the public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, 5 matters, and mid-year superintendent evaluation, which is will be delayed our superintendent evaluation on the next agenda meeting. Conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABC, FT, AFS, CME, CSEA, the government code 54957.6. Next one, anticipating litigation, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D2 E1, one matter. May I have a motion and second based on the board review in closed section stipulating agreement that board accept the recommendation for expulsion in student expulsion case 2324-7 and orders that student expelled based on violation of education code section number is 4A900A1, 4A900A2, pursuant to the stipulated terms and adopt the recommended rehabilitation plan. The board sets its regular meeting of December 17, 2024 as the anticipated date on which the board will review the student for readmission. Do I? Okay. Okay, second, please.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Do we need to do roll call, Danielle? No? Okay, all my colleagues all say yes, please.
Aye.
Okay. Oh, aye. Got it. Okay, I'm looking, everyone's here. So it passes 7-0. Whew. The next one is, well, that's very important to me. There are always things for tonight, pledge allegiance, and I would like to invite our student from Elia Elementary School to lead us in the flag salute. You ready? We'll wait for you. Okay, that's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Danielle.
Please stand. Face the flag. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, School Board President Mrs. Say, Vice President Mr. Nishi, Board members, Superintendent Dr. Zilo, Cabinet members, ABC staff, and community members. I am Maddie Miron, a 5th grade student council member at Elia Elementary, along with Miss Ballard, our principal, and Miss Harris, our assistant principal, and other 5th grade student council members. I have the pleasure of sharing some of the great learning that is taking place at Elia Elementary. First, let me explain what we do as student council members at Elia Elementary. We work together to continue spreading the kindness, to continue spreading the Elliott core values. Our core values are kindness, responsibility, and respect. One way that we enhance Elliott's core values is by supporting Panther Pride Recess. Every Friday, Miss Ballard selects a secret class from the upper grades and one from the lower grades who have shown the core values. They earn extra recess time with Miss Ballard. We also recently have put together different activities to celebrate Kindness Week, which is the week of January 22nd. We know the importance of treating others with kindness and want to continue spreading kindness within the Elliott community. I think my favorite activity will be the scavenger hunt. We are planning scavenger hunts by sticking little pictures related to kindness around the playground, then giving the students little messages at the end of the scavenger hunt.
Good evening. I'm Saksha Mandari. I am another LE Student Council member. As we all know, yesterday was a day to honor the achievements of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and I would like to share with you why I think it is important to honor his memory. With a fresh year just beginning, this is a perfect time to help each other set a respectful and kind tone for the year ahead. This is exactly what Dr. King worked to accomplish. A few of his major accomplishments were the Montgomery bus boycott, the March on Washington, the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and the Nobel Peace Prize. One fact that I recently learned and find most interesting is that he was such a gifted student that he skipped grades 9 and 12 and was able to enter college at the age of 15. He then received his master's at age 22 and went on to obtain his doctorate at 22. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is a great example to all of us to have dreams and stay motivated.
Hello, I am Angel, another student council member. We are also fortunate to have technology as part of our learning. Throughout my time at Elliott, I have learned to use computers, laptops, cameras, scanners, and other applications to present and improve different classroom projects. I feel fortunate that we got far beyond learning to type by using the technology available to research and organize and present different ideas and information. Another great thing that I love about Elliott is our VAPA program. Thanks to Prop 28 was passed last year by voters, we have been able to improve our music program at Elliott. Miss Lindsay, our VAPA teacher, meets with each grade level weekly to teach us about melody, rhythm, and harmony. This year, she can also meet with individual class every other week to continue our learning. I always look forward to learning with Miss Lindsay because it is a fun experience learning about music, and our families look forward to our music concerts. We had our winter concert right before winter break, and it was a huge success. As fifth grade, we sang January Jumpin' and Blanco. It was fun.
Good evening. I'm Briella Niss. I am another Elliott Student Council member. I have the privilege of sharing with you a bit about our amazing magnet program at Elliott Elementary. At Elliott, each grade focuses on a continent, and within that continent studies one country in depth. This year in 5th grade, our focus is South America, Brazil specifically. So far, 5th graders have researched and wrote an essay about the Amazon rainforest. One piece of information we learned is that the Amazon River is the second largest river in the world. My favorite so far, however, was when I was in 3rd grade. We focused on Japan. I learned about its geography, history, people, and other unique features. I especially remember enjoying making the flag of Japan. I also enjoyed watercoloring Mount Fuji, which is actually the tallest mountain in Japan.
Good evening. I am Angeli Chen. I am another Elliott Student Council member and the last one that you'll be hearing from this evening. I would like to take this time to recognize all of you, our ABC board members, during January School Board Recognition Month. On behalf of Elliott community and of ABC, thank you for supporting student success. We recognize your hard work as ABCUSD board members and appreciate your continued support. We have a small token of appreciation. It says, "Thank you, ABCUSD board members, for helping us grow." Thank you.
Wow, it's a plant. What
Thank
plant
you.
Is it a mint
Thank
plant?
you.
It's a mint?
Fresh.
Okay, yeah. Before I have my board colleague take questions from here, but I do want to let you know you are such, I know we have Angela and Angel here, and you're all Angel to me, and you're with the first meeting, and you come to today to lead us salute the flag. You also, what you do, you mention your principal and your assistant principal's name, and that is huge change. There's new movement to us. I want to thank you. I'm proud for you. Recognize your own principal and assistant principal. I wanted everybody to say thank you. And definitely playing's nice, and I love playing. I also, go ahead, my board colleague. Go ahead. Do I have any call? Push the button. Okay, I have first one is board clerk, Mr. Noyola.
Thank you, Madam President, and I just wanted to thank you, Elliott Student Council, for this wonderful mint. Every time I look at it, I'll remember to be respectful, remember to be kind, and responsible for my new plant. I just want to thank you guys also for teaching me a little bit about Elliott Elementary, teaching me about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and teaching me about what's going on your campus. You guys did an amazing job tonight, and thank you guys.
Okay, next. Thank you, board clerk. And next one will be our vice president, Mr. Nishii.
Well, I can hear a little echo in the back there.
I know, we're gonna have echo in the back. Yeah, Go ahead.
This is a great start to the new year, right? I mean, this is amazing. I get a nice plant that shows growth. This is the best part of the job, actually. Yes, so academics are important, but kindness counts. And I think I feel very assured that, you know, the thing about we can study, but if we don't care or empathize with other people, that is a tragedy. And that you guys are learning something so important as that. I think Dr. Martin Luther King said something like, I don't care about my Nobel Prizes or all the things that I've ever won before in the past. How do we make you feel? Did you empathize with other people? We're all human together in the same world. So thank you. I'm very confident that we're going to have a good future with kids like you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the Ming. I don't know. I really believe in Ming. I grow in my backyard for the refreshment. You know, especially when the party hotel, they use Ming a lot. One of the other thing is when you have a headache, you can take one little leaf and kind of rub it around and put you over on your temple area. That really feel headache. And I learned that I use a lot for myself. I want to thank you so much. I also want to recognize the parents. Can we recognize the principal, assistant principal? I would like to acknowledge your parent. I want to thank you so much. Can you stand up for me, please, for us? The parent from Alia Elementary School. And I want to sincere thank you for taking your child here tonight to join with us, to lead us tonight. I want to thank you so much. And I will not ask you to stay too long because I know there are little children and they should go home and rest. Maybe some homework to do, huh? I want to thanks again for you. The plant, I want to thank you. I remember the kindness. And scavenge hunt, I will encourage my colleague, if that's your trusty area, please go there and try to find out what is it about and find something if you can. And I really appreciate my colleague here if you can participate on that scavenge hunt. I hope they're including adult too. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Drive safe.
Thank you.
High school, right? So next one is our presentation for tonight and recognition on Cerritos High School Football 2023 CIF Southern Section Division 12 champions. I would like to recognize the Cerritos High School football team. That is a huge success. So I will be out there.
So this evening, we're going to name all of these players. And if you've ever been around a football team, there's close to 80 people involved in this. So this is a big deal to win a championship, though. So we're going to name the players, and we'll have them come in. They'll get their certificate and recognition from President Say, and then we'll have them up here for a big picture. So we're going to be calling your names alphabetically. That might help some of you get yourselves in line out there. All right. Here we go. Caden Adams. Dikshanta Adakari. Agosha Agawa. Mateo Arancibia. Uriah Archie. Jonathan Avendano. Jaden Bagege. Jeremiah Bagege. Arnold Bocanegra. Nathan Burton. Dylan Caneda. Ruben Castro. Devin Shantha. Owen Chu. Bailey Crawford. Nathaniel Crawford. Dylan Davis. Dennis Deerdorf. Daniel Freeman. Robert Garcia. Gabriel Godai. Terrence Grissom Jr. Jacob Husak. Nathaniel Su. Enzo Hasso. Jordan Ju. Ayush KC. Tyler Kai. Alexander Lauren. Nathan Lee. Ruben Logoria. John Lim. Luis Lopez Lozoya. John Luna. Christopher Maesta. Natano Manu. Nathaniel Marcroft. Samuel Marcroft. Diego Martinez. Moises Mendoza. Julian Morales. Cesar Moreno. Makai Ortiz. Shadubin Ozoagu. Joshua Park. William Peterson. Suvan Pradhan. Michael Cuivan Brantar. Raiden Resurrección. Ivan Rodriguez. Justin Sagun. Orlando Sanchez. Marnell Smith. Sebastian Soto. Devion Stinson, excuse me. Josiah Ungos. And LaBrenton Wilson. Yeah, I think so. We're trying to figure it out. There's a lot here. All right. I'd like to also recognize our coaches. I'd like to recognize the fact that our head coach, Coach Franklin, has been nominated by the Los Angeles Rams as the 2023 Don Shula NFL High School Coach of the Year. So we don't know if he's won that yet, but that is a nomination. And so we're going to ask Coach Franklin to come in. Also our other coaches, Andrew Baron, Joseph Canella, Tony DeVille, Nathan Endo, Demer Franklin, Devin Franklin, Eric Louie, Cesar Moreno, Sean Murphy, Tyrone Pulley, Joseph Quilbrantar, JC Ramirez, Jericho Silvernail, Derek Toguchi, and Mike Toledo. Also, out in this crowd, I know is Principal Walker, and so we'll have him come in with our team And right.
We in the front? Are you sure? We don't be talking to the kids
Well, we can't get the kids to move forward. So if y'all want to work on
though. Okay, we'll work. I'll tell them to move forward. Let's move the kids forward.
Yeah, I got you. Give it to me.
Sorry. How you doing, Ms. Zelo? Good to see you.
Gonna move you this way.
We'll also ask the board to come around on the sides maybe for the picture. All right, parents, go ahead and let's get your pictures. Here we go, gentlemen. Smile. All right, one more. One more picture there. Here we go. Thank you. All right, we're good. Thank you, gentlemen. Congratulations. Good job this year. So, 67 district. Oh. Huh. Huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna recognize her. Okay, I'll do. Thank you. Okay.
Which one? The public thing just right here. That's okay. No, public comments right here for the one speaker.
Presentation?
You want to do that?
Yeah, if you're gonna move, then move the whole thing up. Well, we're gonna do a real quick report.
I
Do
know,
you
but
want
it's
me to
always going to be
hold that
long.
one?
I'm just thinking we can get this is quick.
Move agenda in
But
minutes and
just
then?
do the public comments.
No, because public comment, I have to talk about, I need to talk about tonight things, and public comment, I remind again. That's
Okay,
then
what about
the
moving
if you
it
don't
up?
mind.
Because see, it's
Okay,
7:30
let me
and
talk
she's
to Tina,
a
I'm
young
gonna move,
kid.
yeah, I'm gonna move that. Public comments on all of them? Because we're gonna have only one case, public comment, you wanna move it?
Can we do that?
Because you know what, if you make it,
See if it's okay.
yeah, if you move one, so because it's only
No,
8
just
years,
have
so,
one.
yeah, okay. Okay, let me try to make up something to say, be nice.
Well, oh yeah, sure. I don't think they care about what we're saying though.
Whew. That is an honor thing that for our district, and I believe my colleague will have some comment on our this Cerritos High School, the champion on this matter. It's hard and not that easy. You know, I'm a football mom. I mean, I'm not football mom. I'm a soccer mom, so I know how hard it is to win the CIF. But I do want to hear from my board colleague regarding this Cerritos High School football won the 2023 CIF Southern Section Division 12 champion. So I do have here on board member Dr. Eugenio.
Thank you, Madam President. Congratulations, CIF champions. That game against Yucca Valley was the most exciting game I've watched, and I've watched many football games. You literally couldn't write a Hollywood script more perfect than that game against Yucca Valley. The execution and play calling in the last 3 minutes was amazing. I'd like to congratulate the coaching staff for your willingness to take risks, your ability to think out of the box, and most of all, your creativity. Also, kudos for your leadership and your ability to keep the team calm and focused when things weren't going the team's way. Congratulations to our student athletes and their parents for their hard work and dedication and perseverance throughout the season. I'm proud of all of you. Let's win another one next year.
I also, next one will be board member Mr. Beach. I'd like to tell all my board members, can we have 1 minute for each person, please?
I want to start by congratulating the team, and a team is only as good as their coach. So Coach DeMel Franklin, I want to congratulate you on your 2023 Don Shula Award.
Thank
I
you.
know Don Shula's grandson, Chris Shula. He married into my wife's family, and I talked to him about your award. They're honored to give it to you, and it's a huge honor. So thank you for all you've done for our team and our school district.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. Next one will be our board member, Dr. Rios.
Same thing. As a big fan of high school sports, I'll make it brief, but congratulations to the athletes. Congratulations to the coach. Thank you for bringing distinction to our district. Fantastic award. Thank you. And definitely the parents, because you know, they put in so much, an investment not only of money, because I know it gets really expensive, but time, taking them to and from practices, a lot of them, some of them drive, thank goodness. But yeah, so thank you, acknowledge your time the administrators, the entire staff, because it does take a collaborative effort. And just overall, I think it allows us to talk about the importance of sports in our schools, and in this case, football, how much it adds to the prestige of our schools, how much it adds to school spirit, and just to the overall culture of our district and our schools. So thank you and congratulations again.
Thank you, Vice President, Mr. Nishi.
Keep it to 60 seconds. Yes, it was a great team, great coaching. It was to the very last minute. You guys didn't give up. You had heart. Even in they got a little extra score, you bounced through it. Creativity, strength, power, just everything, all the drama you could ever get. Just thank you for that. I think our board was, just about all our board was there. It was just an amazing chance that you brought us together as well, as not just board members, but as a community.
Wow.
So thank you for your leadership.
Thank you. Wow.
Thank you. Next one, Ms. Yu.
Yes, thank you, President Say. I want to say thank you to the parents for raising up such wonderful boys and all your time and dedication with the Booster Club, fundraising and pickups, early mornings on the weekends. That's dedication. But look at your boys, how proud. You know, they were overshadowing us. We're standing behind. You know, they're bigger when we stood up. And finally, I want to thank you, Coach, for your sacrifice, your time, your sweat. The impact that you're making on these boys is going to be lasting. And especially in this day and culture, to keep the boys away from the devices and keeping them sweating in the field. And please do more. Yeah, they could be in better shape. More exercise in the gym. Let's go.
Absolutely.
Let's go, Don.
Have my
Thank
daughter
you.
do that too.
Before I recognize our honorable elected official, but I also want to say thank you, not just only you putting in your family. When I say family, more than just one member. When I give past the coach recognition, you have your brothers all involved in here. I want to thank you. And I really want to thank Frankly family for you so much, not just 100% and 120% effort to make us look good when we go out. I want to let you know. We don't earn that. Ourselves didn't earn that, but you made us to be like that. I want to thank you so much. I really sincerely appreciate it. I want to standing up and bow to you. I want to say thank you.
Oh, wow. You're too kind. Thank you.
CIF is not that easy when they go out, when they win this champion thing, not just recognize Cerritos High School, it recognized ABC Unified School District. Make the people know who we are. Just want to say thank you again. Don't be cry. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, and thank you, my colleague. Your kind word to Coach Franklin. I will never forget you.
Wow.
Yeah. Hopefully, there's one movie about you and your family involvement.
Well, it's going to have to be a sequel because we coming back next year. We'll win state. We got some great kids and some great support, so I plan on being here again doing it. Thank you for all the kind words. You guys are too kind. Like, I thought about writing a speech, but thank goodness I didn't because it wouldn't have stood up to anything you guys said. I'm honored to be part of this school district, and like you just said, like Cerritos is on the map. Cerritos at CIF, they know, yeah, we won a football championship. The honor of the Don Shula, that's mind-blowing. But even with that, Cerritos is, everybody going to know where Cerritos is, and I plan on being here for quite some time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Franklin. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it, sir. And tonight, I also want to recognize Joe Park. It's from the 67th School District Assembly. Represent for Sharon Quicksilver. I want to thank you so much for your proclamation to our Cerritos High School and recognize our effort in here. I appreciate it. Please relate the message to Ms. Silvercroft. Okay. And we also have a city council. I was appointed by Dr. Rios Frank Yokoyama. He probably in the back and talk to other family. I want to thank him came tonight and joined with our celebration on the Cerritos High School, won the champion on CIF football. Thanks again, Mr. Coach Franklin. Thank you, sir. The next agenda presentation recognition about Hispanic, Latino, Latina, Latinx Heritage Month poster and essay contest winner. This is the honor of the group that I just mentioned to the month of the Latino, and the district held at poster and essay contest, I would like to bring Ms. Brian Watson, which is our equity officer, in here to tell us more about it.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening, Board President Say, Vice President Nishi, Board Clerk Noyola, Board Member Beach, Board Member Eugenio, Member Rios, and also Board Member Yu. Thank you for the invitation tonight to celebrate and recognize our wonderful students. Hello, Dr. Zietlow, cabinet members, and good evening, ABC community. Thank you very much. All right, my name is Blaine Watson, and I'm the equity officer in ABC Unified, and I'm extremely grateful, and I feel blessed, to be honest with you, to be able to recognize our students tonight. We had 15 submissions, either an essay, poster, or a video submission during the month of Latino Hispanic Heritage Month. And so we put together a contest open to all of our middle school and high schools across the district, and we received 15 submissions. Tonight, we're going to recognize 7 of those students, 7 finalists who are receiving recognition tonight from the board and from the community. Let me talk quickly about the recognition process, because there are some other folks we want to recognize before our students. We definitely want to recognize the communities of Cerritos High School. Let me make sure I have all the kids, all the students, all the schools, excuse me. Artesia High School, Cerritos, Ross, and Haskell. All 4 of these school communities had multiple submissions. So I want to thank the leaders and thank the families and also the staff members at those schools for encouraging and inspiring students to submit their essay, their contest essays or posters or video. So without further ado, I want to start off by recognizing our students, and what we're going to do is we've invited all of our students to be here present today with us, and thank you for being here with the certificates. And when I call them up, I'm going to quickly talk about their submission very briefly, and then I would ask the parent to also stand. So parents, if you can stand when your student comes up, that'd be great, because we want to recognize you as well. Okay, are we ready? Yes, we are. Okay. Before I forget, I also want to thank our selection committee. We had staff members who volunteered their time after school hours to go through all of the submissions and select our finalists. All right? All right. And to be very clear, we have 3 places today. We have third place, we have second place, and we have first place. We have 1 student in third place, 3 students, 1 student in third place, 2 students in second place, and then, 3 students in second place and 3 students in first place. And we also want to thank our ABC Education Foundation, who sponsored all of our students with a cash prize for tonight. So let's go and start with our recognitions. We're actually going to start in reverse order. We're going to start with our third place, if you don't mind, if that's okay. It's on the bottom. Here we go. We're going to start with our third place recognition. This is going to go to Cerritos High School student Alexander Camacho. Alexander, please come forward. Alexander submitted an essay titled "The Man Who Gave Me the American Dream," honoring his father. Thank you for that, Alexander. Great job. Second place, we're first going to recognize Cerritos High School student Sofia del Castillo. Sofia, unfortunately, could not be here tonight, but we're going to visit her at school when she returns and make sure she gets her certificate. Our next second place person is going to be from Ross Middle School, Mr. Samuel Bautista. Samuel, are you here? Thank you, Samuel. Congratulations. Samuel submitted an essay titled Andrés Manuel López Obrador. Thank you very much. Great job. Our next second place, there we go. Our next second place winner is Cerritos High School student, Miss Mer Guy. Essay titled Cesar Chavez. Great job, Miss Guy. All right, let's move on to, so let me be clear before we move on to number 1. Our third place recipient received a $25 gift certificate from the ABC Education Foundation, and our second place winners received $50. Now we're moving on to our $100 recipients. Number one, let's start off with Cerritos High School student, Jasmine Manuel. Miss Manuel. Now, I want to stop here for a second because Jasmine's submission was about her Spanish teacher, Profesor Villalon, and inspiring her to be a fluent Spanish speaker. So thank you very much for that submission. Next, we have from Haskell Middle School, Miss Evelyn Flores, 8th grader. Miss Flores submitted a video, didn't have a title, but it was about her mother and how her mother has inspired her. And definitely some of the best video production I've ever seen. And all in animation, it was wonderful. And the committee was really just super happy with your submission. Great job. All right, and our last, there we go, round of applause. Our last one is, you will see her submission over here on the left-hand side. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Before we announce her name, I want to talk about this artwork. It's titled La Lucha de las Palenqueras, or the struggle or the fight of the Palenqueras. It represents Afro-Colombian culture on the Caribbean coast of Colombia, and it represents the women and the fight for independence from economic struggle in Colombia. And this number one submission is going to go to Cerritos High School student, Miss Gabriela Perway. Excellent work, excellent work. So I know we want to take a photo. I want to allow the board members to do that. While we're setting up for the picture, I just want to thank all of you students. I'd like to thank you students for your inspiration. I'm grateful for your inspiration and also for the time you took to submit your work and your commitment to excellence. The selection committee was extremely impressed with all of your submissions, and it's so amazing that you represent ABC Unified School District. Congratulations, guys. And we have more. We have more up here. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much.
Yes, we have a comment. Don't go. We're gonna have you stay here, parents. Our board will make some comment about this scholarship things. Can I have parents to stay here? So we have a number one is Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu?
Yeah, Mr.
Miss Yu.
Just want to say thank you, muchas gracias to todos parientes for all of your support for your students to accomplish and participate in this competition. I'm so proud of them. And just the picture is amazing. She only took 3 days. And just the meaning behind it is just, wow, we have so many hidden talents. Congratulations again.
Next one, thank you. Thank you. Next one will be our board clerk, Mr. Noyola.
I just also wanted to congratulate all of the participants and thank you for taking the extra time to celebrate your culture and your heritage. It's an amazing amazing accomplishment to be able to show all of us what it means to be a proud Latino, Latina, and Latinx. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last one will be Dr. Rios.
So yes, everything they said, but I also like that they highlighted the diversity within the Latino community, which is very, very broad. And I especially was touched by the fact that a lot of them chose to acknowledge their parents, and the hard work of, and the sacrifices that parents made to give them a life here. Our district is majority Latino district, so it's really nice. And I want to acknowledge our equity officer for bringing that to light and really celebrating variety of cultures, and in this case, the Latino culture. So thank you to all for being here tonight, and congratulations to the winners.
The picture tells everything there. 3 days work, colorful. It's exactly about this culture, and I really love it. Thank you so much for parents for staying here, and I really want to appreciate it. And I also want to thank you, Mr. Watson, for your effort. District, thank you, sir. So without further ado, we'll go to the, we're going to spotlight on teaching and learning. The next one's the California State Seal of Civic Engagement Information, which is Dr. Weiss, Director of the Secondary Curriculum and Professional Development. I'd like to call Dr. Castro to present this case. Thank you.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Board President Say. With us this evening, unfortunately, Dr. Wise could not be here due to a family situation, but we do have two of our representatives from our secondary team, which is Triana Marbury, who is our secondary counselor, as well as Mr. Brian Glonchak, who is our program specialist in secondary, and they will be providing you with information regarding civic engagement opportunities for students in ABC as a whole, and then giving you some specific information regarding the state seal. And in addition, as part of our presentation, we'll also be recognizing and honoring some of our students who have been recognized for their efforts in civic engagement, in particular from Whitney High School. Mr. Glonchak?
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Good evening, President Shea, Vice President Ishii, Clerk Noyola, board members, Superintendent Dr. Sue, cabinet members, colleagues, and community. I'm very pleased to be with you here this evening to really take a moment or two to spotlight what our district is carrying forward to foster civic engagement, a very important concept to instill in our students both while they're in school and on our campuses and as they prepare for life beyond. And so I'm here on behalf of Dr. Christina Wise, our director, along with my colleague, Triana Marbury. And what we'd like to do is tell you a little bit about civic engagement and why we do this and what it is. Youth.gov defines civic engagement as working to make a difference in your community and really bringing together a combination of knowledge, skills, values, motivation, and different characteristics to make a difference that's impactful and authentic to the community in which you live. And so this is definitely something we want to foster with our students. And again, as I mentioned, both on and off campus. This isn't just something that they do in class or because of a class project. This is something that they are doing many times through their connections with other outside organizations, faith-based organizations, other things that they may be already participating in. And we want to elevate and promote that in them. And so we are seeking to foster that kind of civic engagement in our students in just the same way that we honor and want to emulate the example of certain civil rights advocates and other civic leaders who have done a lot to impact their communities. And for example, what we just had yesterday and the holiday that we celebrated. So I'm going to invite Triana to share a little bit about that and the opportunities available here in ABC.
Good evening. I want to first start by highlighting the importance and significance of the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. With January 15th being the MLK Day of Service, it's important that we take the time to reflect and recognize his legacy, as his legacy focuses on issues of civil rights, highlights the use of nonviolence when bringing about change, and it calls people to public service. Here in ABC, we have initiatives to encourage and engage our students in civic engagement, and I want to list some of those initiatives that we have. So we're promoting pre-registration for students to start registering to vote as early as 16. So when they do reach the age of 18, there's no roadblocks or barriers to them casting their first vote and being involved in using their voices. Social science teachers encourage students who are at least 16 years of age to work at voting centers during elections so that they can learn more about the election process and the importance of getting involved and the importance of casting that vote. A lot of our secondary schools host mock election initiative on campuses so that students can learn and have a better understanding of real world application and the election process. So it's not just something that they're like, oh, we have to go and vote, we have to do this. They know how to make an informed decision. Other initiatives we have is students are empowered to participate in civics by serving on ABC student boards, district committees. We have the Hispanic Latino Student Circle as well as the Black Student Alliance. And lastly, and we'll get into this in a little bit more detail, we have procedures in place for students to go out and participate and seek to get the California State Seal of Civic Engagement, where students are recognized for the action that they take to make a difference within their community. And Brian's going to share with us a little bit more about the details in the process that we have set forth as a district.
All right, thank you. So the state moved in a few years ago to establish the State Seal of Civic Engagement, which really promotes students getting connected to their community, making an authentic impact through the use of a civic action project that they plan, they address an issue in their community that they have identified, something that's personal to them, and then reflect upon the learning as they engage, with the government organizations, the local community organizations to make a difference. And so we established a committee that set forth these 4 sort of goals or norms for us that we want to promote students' understanding of government and civic processes, so they understand, what is happening in the world outside, that where leadership is happening, where decisions are being made, and how they can connect with those processes. We wanted to raise their consideration of community needs and varied perspectives, because there are many of us here in the community and we all come with a particular perspective, but being able to take others' perspectives, to understand them, to recognize needs of others is really a valuable skill. We want students to feel empowered, to have the initiative and feel like they have the support and readiness to take action or to speak up and use their voices to address community issues and make a real impact. And when you add those all up, you get to the 4th one, which is just a stronger community through the efforts of our students and staff. All of those things work together to create a next generation of students who are ready to take leadership roles and one day sit in your seats, those types of things. And we want to start that process now. And so what our submission process looks like is students will complete that civic action project sometime during their high school career, and they provide evidence and their learning reflections to us through the Thrively platform that we use. And so that project instructions, those are already out in Thrively for all of the students at this point. And really it is, students could use some things that they've already done and elevate them to the level of submitting them for this. For example, I know in some of our high school classrooms, such as Mr. Calhoun's class at Cerritos High School, part of his class is getting kids to address or work to address an environmental issue that they care about, and to raise awareness and to possibly raise some funds and do some things. That's the type of thing that could be elevated and submitted for the state seal. I know Mr. Canales over at Gar High School does some service projects and things as well with his students. And right now our ethnic studies classes are embedding the state seal sort of within their course as a key assignment that students can do to really put their learning into action. And so some of these things, as I mentioned, are happening on campus. Some of them can really come from the hearts and minds of the students, the things that they care about, their particular communities based on their own family and experiences. And it can be from outside organizations, churches, other community groups that they may be involved with. So many ways to connect with this. When we were at our big district open house on October 7th, parents were very interested in this because many of them came up and talked about what their kids were already doing and the fact that they could be recognized for some of the things they're doing with just maybe a little more effort in pulling it together to show us what they've learned. And we definitely want to honor those students. They will, if they've earned the state seal, they'll get a seal on their diploma and a cord to wear at graduation. So definitely all the swag for the graduation, which is very important. But beyond that, it really is a matter of their learning, their growth as young citizens. And it's a great addition for resumes and college applications to say, hey, I took this on, I accomplished this. And so if anyone would like some more information about this, we do have a State Seal of Civic Engagement website that has all of the information. And you can see just a quick screenshot of it there. It has all the requirements, the dates, the scoring rubrics, some examples. And one of the big things that you could find there is school contacts. Each school has a point person contact for this project. So if students at any of those high schools want to find out a little bit more about how they could earn the state seal or possibly run an idea by someone to say, hey, is this something that could possibly earn me the state seal, they could definitely talk to the site contacts there. The cycle is already up and running. As you can see, the first priority submission deadline for this 2024 cycle is coming up in 10 days on January 26th. That we call it a priority deadline because students will get feedback within a couple weeks, and then they will actually have about a month to, if needed, revise and resubmit their project if anything was missing or just needed to be brought up to standard before the March 22nd final deadline that allows us to process everything and ensure that we're ready to honor them at graduation this year if they're seniors. And with all of this, that we're, all of these different efforts that we're doing, whether it's, efforts toward voting and civic engagement, understanding the electoral process, or earning the state seal, we really want to inspire and honor students towards service and action. And we have a great example with us here tonight that I'm very proud to be able to share with you. 3 Whitney High School students, Angad Batra, Gavin Kaivita, and Christopher Vu. Yes, definitely clap for them. They won the Congressional App Challenge, sponsored by our local Congresswoman, Michelle Steele, for their Eco-Tracker app. So I'll invite you guys to come up here with me real quickly. And I'm sure as you ask questions, you'll probably get a much better explanation than I could give you of their app. But thank you, Dr. Say, for coming forward to honor these students. And so first I'm going to ask Angad Batra, if you want to come across here and have your certificate. Okay. All right, and then Gavin Kaivita. And finally, Christopher Vu. Congratulations, gentlemen, for all of your hard work to make an impact. And board members, we invite you to come forward.
Explain what is Eco-Tracker?
Do you want to come?
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Okay, so EcoTracker is a web-based carbon footprint calculator. So what we do is we take in a bunch of different data. So we'll take in like your information on consumer spending, electricity, food spending, that kind of stuff. We'll plug it into an algorithm that we came up with, and it will give you a lot of useful statistics. So it'll talk about what your total carbon footprint is for a specified period of time, and it will also tell you like which sources contribute most to your carbon footprint, and you could use the app to calculate your carbon footprint and track it over time to see whether you're improving or doing worse at reducing it.
Wow. Any other question? Okay.
We also have our Whitney High School principal here today.
Yes. We do have Dr. Tuesday Stoppers and Dr. Andrea Chang Sup as well.
Yep.
State Assembly from Sharon Quicksilver. Perfect. All right, and before everybody moves too much, we also have here on behalf of Assemblywoman Sharon Quirk-Silva, Mr. Joe Pack, and also presenting certificates of recognition to these three gentlemen. Sure. Sure. All right, thank you, everyone. The students, if you want to step over this way, we might have a couple more questions from the board.
We'll wait for the questions first.
Before I open to my colleague for question and answers, I'd like to recognize your parents here. I know your parents here and still stay with us. And can I have a parent stand up so to recognize your... For students to be recognized as program, it must have a parents behind support. And besides our staff, the children involved, but parents, you are the one also leading this program, leading us to be known by outside district. I want to thank you. I applaud to you. Thank you. So now I'm going to open to my board here. Question answer. So first one will be our board clerk, Mr. Noyola.
Thank you, Madam President. I just had so we can download this app on Google, Apple, or not yet? Or how can we get it?
I'll talk about that. Just information. So in 3 months, on April 10th, we'll be going to the House of Code where we'll present the program to Michelle Steele. Right now, it's not quite at deployment stage yet, so we haven't deployed it onto the App Store. It's not on a domain up yet, but by April 10th, we want to make all those improvements and then deploy it so that once we present it to Michelle Steele, you guys can hopefully access the website and check it out yourself. So yeah.
Okay, any other? And we have a board member, Ms. Yu.
Wow, I'm not really a techie person, but I'm so impressed, and just your ability to present. I mean, I can already see that big tech company is going to pursue you guys. And you're going to say, we are from ABC Unified. Yeah. But, yeah, I mean, one thing is, as I said, money is very important, right? But I hope that you guys will remember the little people. Yeah, remember the little people. When you guys get up there, when you guys launch the company, goes public, yeah, remember the little people. Because, the tech is destroying us. It is very essential, very important. It does good, but, it's like fire. It's essential, but it can destroy too. But, your brains can definitely bring justice. Thank you. Remember.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Yu. And next one will be our Vice President, Mr. Nishii.
Oh, all right. So, yes, tech is dangerous, but also tech can also do a lot of great things for us. And so I see great things in our future because of the things that you invent and think of. The green technology. It's one thing to just talk about being green. It's another to actually be able to measurably do it. And do it with technology. So technology can help. So I'm glad you're part of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I really appreciate, Paul, what you had done. And we also have some kind of, they're indirectly also related one of the textbook we're about to vote tonight. It was talking silver engagement and the development. So work with our other school. We really sincerely appreciate what you today. Okay, thanks again. So, and come home and go home and drive safe with your parents, okay? Go home study, actually, I should say that. Thanks again. Do you have anything else? No? Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
They did have one more thing they wanted to share. They've taken this beyond an app. They've started a nonprofit.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay. Hi. So I, along with my friends, we started a nonprofit called Simply CS, and what we aim to do is teach computer science to the kids in the local community. So we recently launched our first program, a little Python course at Cerritos Library, and it's very recent, but so far it's going really well. And I really want to help. I really want to help students, or we really want to help students pursue the opportunities that, such as the Congressional App Challenge. We want to inspire students to pursue coding and computer science as a future career. And we were hoping that with the resources of the district, we would be able to expand. Our reach to other schools in the area and possibly even beyond the district.
Wow. Before you go, I'd like to acknowledge our public representative here in population, Mr. Smith, and we can work with the students to make sure all our students will get a benefit from that. I want to thank you again. You're awesome.
Thank you so much.
This is a new adventure to our board. It's a challenge, and that's how our board colleague want to work with you, assist you as much as we can, and work with our superintendent, our public relation director, Mr. Scott Smith. And I also want to thank you, Mr. I know you know Brian Crenshaw. I know you're very well program specialist, and then we have Triana Marvey and district counselor for your hard work today. I really appreciate it. And once again, Winnie High School principal and assistant principal, thank you for staying here with us and the parents. Thank you very much. Yeah, just
Schedule for Cerritos High School, Cerritos Library.
When do you guys offer?
work with our district.
As of right, we're doing the classes every Friday at 5 p.m.
Okay, yeah. Work with us, and we'll work to publish it for you for all district. I mean, all our kids in school. Okay, I want to thanks again.
Thank you so
Come out
much.
to do extra effort in it. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Okay. Oh, she wants that. Well, I have this, the buttons called by our Vice President, Mr. Nishi. Can I help you, sir?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'd like to advance one item on the agenda, public speaking item. Unfortunately, one of the speakers is relatively young of age, and if we could possibly have that particular item advanced in terms of public comments. And I think you also heard the speaker as well before yesterday, so I'm hopeful that I can move that one particular item in advance.
I asked my colleagues to remind the colleague this particular student, Acacia, is only 9 years old. So our board's been meeting now. It's 8:10 already. We started at 7 o'clock. Having her stayed out there kind of quite a time. I like to give my 3 minutes off just for the student for public comment. If my colleague all agree, please knock your head. Okay, we all think. Okay, so shall we? Board clerk, can you read the public comments first? We're gonna repeat again. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. So persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and place it in the silver tin. Speakers will be called in sequence during the public comment section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes, unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Please remember that the board is unable to directly respond to comments made during public comments section, and neither the board nor district staff verify the accuracy of the statements made during public comments. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board discussion and taking action. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group, identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by appropriate staff. Thank you. So first we have Acadia Greenditch with her mother, Diane. Diane.
Thank you, Gwyneth. You heard Acacia. You heard exactly how our board clerks made a comment, put the public comments. Okay, so the floor is yours now, and then I want to Thank you so much for your point. It was so beautiful when you presented yesterday at City Council meeting. Again, the topic was I Can't Breathe. Go ahead.
I don't understand why a man got in so much trouble for $20. I don't understand why a man with a gun killed a man face down, hands cuffed on the ground. I don't understand why many men watched the man with the gun kill the man face down, hands cuffed on the ground. I don't understand why the men in blue didn't cry when they saw a human die. I don't understand why this type of murder must be so routine, so regularly seen, that a man in blue had his hands in his pockets as the man face down on the dirty, dirty ground, gasped for air. I wonder what would happen if the people on the sidewalk didn't video the men in blue kill the man on the ground with a knee on his neck, with a joint on his pulse, with no air in his lungs, dripping blood from his mouth. Wait! Now I understand why my big brother's scared. Now I understand why my daddy's scared. Now I can't breathe. Thank you.
Thank you. I want my colleague understand this is a public comment, so our board will not respond any question and answer here. Thank you again for coming here for public comments. Okay, next one will be approved agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of January 16, 2024?
So
Motion and
approved.
second?
Motion.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of regular meeting of December 5th, 2023? Motion and second, please.
Motion by Noyola.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
7-0. Okay. Now it's my report. Okay. I hope everyone had a great holiday season, and I want to wish everyone a happy belated New Year for 2024. Well, 2024 will be another great year here at ABC because of amazing families, talent staff, and of course our stellar students, and we're looking forward to a great year for 2024. Before winter break, I attend the 7th holiday performance. I will not list all the school. Usually we do list the school's name, but I want to save this minute for Acacia for public comments. Okay, so attend 7 holiday performance in our school and here at the district office. I also so impressed by our students who shared their talents with their family and friends. Thank you to our teacher and staff who worked so hard on this performance. I also attending a young student passed away at funeral during the holidays. I also met with the superintendent to review the board meeting agenda. This is part of my duty. So on January 10th, attend the State of the Country presented by our supervisor, Janice Hong. On January 11th, I attend the Cerritos Optimist Club meeting as part of my outreach to local organization and the clubs. Yesterday, I was honored to attend the City Cerritos Martin Luther King Jr. Day celebration event, and we have our Cerritos City Council, Mr. Frank Yokoyama, and I will acknowledge you, sorry, but you're here back. I know you're outside. Thank you very much for staying here with us. As you may have heard or read in the local newspaper, the School Facility Capacity and Decline Enrollment Ad Hoc Committee has reached a point where they have 6 schools they are looking at for possible consolidation. The committee was created by the board and is made of the number of appointed by our board and representatives from our employee and groups, so which this committee has everyone involved with the community members. So the committee has been analyzing current and future trends and data. I want to remind again everyone, we based on the current trend and the future and the data, not the future, current trend and the data since the last spring, with the goal of providing the board with a final report with recommendation this spring. The board, again, I want to say it again, the board is not involved in creating this report and will only consider any recommendation after it is submitted to us. If you're planning on providing comments at board meeting about possible school consolidation tonight, I strongly suggest that you attending one of our ad hoc committee meeting to provide your comments there. The committee meetings are open to the public. I know the committee will also holding town hall meeting coming up within the next few months to hear from everyone in our district. Like I mentioned before, the first open section, my new duty will get myself involved with all city councils, all the city who involved with us on the local club and PTA. I'm trying to listen to them, but I always let people know, please go to the committee. Okay, and town hall meeting on the next few months, giving you an opportunity to voice your opinion. So I'm going to ask you sincerely, please join to our committee, which is tomorrow. Am I right, Mr. Smith? Tomorrow at 6 o'clock in our boardroom right behind you. The committee is moving through a carefully process, and they are working hard to provide us with recommendations that will allow the district to continue using a resource to benefit all students, to benefit to our community too. We're looking at both sides, the staff, the student, the district, and we also look at the community again. Okay. Again, if you wish to share your comments about this process, I urge you to attend a committee next meeting scheduled for tomorrow. Repeat again, it's January 17th, tomorrow at 6 p.m. in this room, boardroom. Okay. Public is welcome. If you come here tonight, I'm asking you hold that and please share that. The committee is looking forward to hear from you, your comment. I want to thank you again. And that's my board report. The next one will be superintendent's report. Dr. Zillow.
Thank you, President Say. Been a lot of things going on since our last meeting. I've been able to attend back in December some middle school volleyball and basketball games between Tetzlaff and Fetty and Haskell and Ross. And I was able to do a number of half-day visits. I visited Haskell Middle School, Whitman Elementary School, Tetzlaff Middle School, as well as touring the Dow and going through the adult school campus at Cuesta, Tracy Infant Center, visiting Willow Elementary School. I was also able to attend the City of Artesia reorganization, where the City of Artesia recognized our district as being a key part of the city and an important part of the community for their students who live in Artesia. Also was able to participate in a visit to Cab Lane, and there I was able to see not only adult school classes and get my fingernails done, but also visit our Bridges program, visit and understand more about our SELPA, which is our program that supports our families who have students with different kinds of learning needs, as well as our intervention programs for Step, Path, and Stay, which look at students who are having difficulty communicating, and maybe there's been an altercation or they're having difficulty with some kind of addiction, whether it's tobacco or alcohol. I was also able to go to some performances. A highlight was being at the Migrant Ed family event in Hawaiian Gardens at Hawaiian Elementary School on the 16th. That was a lot of fun. Since we've been back, I have been able to visit and gain a deeper understanding of some different options that we may explore for schools. I did an information session with LACO on what a community school is and what that looks like and the supports that might be for some of our students. I also met with all of our student board representatives in preparing for the meeting this evening and reviewing the agenda with them. And I want to thank the Cerritos Chamber of Commerce. Prior to the break, all of the businesses that are part of that chamber, as well as some businesses in Hawaiian Gardens, had collected not only toys, but also jackets and other clothing items for our ABC Cares facility that we house near Fetty Middle School. And so we're thankful for that. It's been busy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zillo. I know you've been busy visiting all the school, and I want to thank you, devoted to our district. Next one was student board representatives. We have from Artesia High School, Ms. Ashley Martinez and Natalie Velasquez.
Good evening, Board President Mrs. Say, Vice President Mr. Nishi, Board Clerk Mr. Noya, and board members. I am Natalie Velasquez, ASB President from Artesia High School, and this is my counterpart, Ashley Martinez, President of Renaissance. Today we will be presenting the 2023 and 2024 school year report, with the focus being registration, parent-student orientations, first day of school, fall semester school-wide events, and college preparations. Before school began, ASB started off with getting ready for our leadership camp. That took place from September 14th through the 17th, which enhanced both Renaissance and ASB skills to apply problem-solving techniques, build confidence, and bond with each other as a team. We held registration for each grade level from August 1st through August 7th, to give students their schedules and textbooks. On August 7th, we had a parent-student orientation to introduce our incoming freshmen and new students to Artesia High School.
In order to prepare the class of 2024 seniors for their college application process, Artesia's College and Career Specialists hosted a college boot camp on August 10th. Throughout this boot camp, seniors learned about creating their college application accounts, asking for letters of recommendation, and writing college essays. All of these presentation slides were emailed to seniors for future reference.
The first week of school was a complete success as administrators and leadership worked together to give students their finalized schedules and help navigate the campus. On the first day of school, seniors continued the tradition of giving out an incentive to commemorate their motivation throughout their 3 years.
We also kicked off the school with Artesia Sport Rush and Club Rush within the first month of school. These events allowed students to sign up for different sports or clubs they were interested in joining. Seniors also finished painting their senior square and added their handprints. The theme for the senior square was Spider-Man.
On September 13th, AHS hosted our fall report card night, where students and parents were able to meet one-on-one with their teachers to discuss their students' progress. We had a great turnout.
We also had 2 school dances so far for this school year. We started our school year with our back to school dance, which was held on Friday, August 25th in our quad. We also had our Barbie Land homecoming on September 29th, located in our gym, which was a huge success because people really love Barbie, and it brought a lot of school engagement and spirit.
In addition to our summer boot camp, our college and career specialists, along with our administrators, held our annual college night on September 20th. We were excited to have admission representatives from UC, Cerritos College, Cal State, Grand Canyon University, and many more. Each school presented a general overview of their college system. We had our senior information and financial aid night on September 21st, where seniors and their families were presented information regarding college applications, event dates, A through G requirements, graduation status, and the process to apply for financial aid from the senior counselor and representatives from Cerritos College. Our college and career specialists hosted a Cal State University application kickoff on October 4th and financial aid kickoff on October 12th. After these events, they hosted college application workshops and financial aid workshops weekly. In November, the Student Union had their UC application kickoff event to help seniors with personal insight questions and with their UC applications. To encourage seniors to apply to college, our college and career specialists assigned a fall semester assignment in which students were required to apply to at least one college, university, or trade school. During Thanksgiving break, we also had our fall break application workshops to assist students with submitting their CSU or UC applications. On December 5th, our college and career specialists hosted our first I Applied to College rally to honor and celebrate our students for submitting their college applications.
Renaissance, along with ASB, also hosted a school carnival on October 20th to celebrate improved state test scores. At the carnival, students had an absolute blast with a wide variety of carnival games. They got to win raffle prizes and grab treats such as mini pancakes. The atmosphere was filled with laughter, cheers, and the thrill of friendly competition. This carnival was special because it was the first one Artesia had post-COVID, so it brought a lot of school spirit. So you can imagine how thrilled everyone was to have this opportunity to come together and enjoy such a fantastic event. It brought the whole community closer and created a sense of togetherness and pride. The feedback we received from the carnival was overwhelmingly positive. People were raving about how much fun they had, how well organized everything was, and how it was a positive impact on the students. It was truly heartwarming to see smiles on everyone's faces and know that we made a difference. Everyone enjoyed the carnival such that the current junior class is further incentivized to improve their state test scores again. We also started our annual canned food drive in November. With our students and staff's member support and donations, we were able to create over 30 grocery bags for 30 different families in our community. In December, we also organized our amazing annual toy drive. Thanks to the generous contributions from students and staff members, we were able to raise funds and support those 30 families with giving them gift cards, grocery cards, and for both the children and the parents. We wanted to bring some extra cheer to their holiday season, and it was a beautiful experience to see the joy on their faces. We also put together a delightful holiday party for them. So the families came in and they received goodies, got delicious treats, and captured precious moments with incense packs, like the little Polaroid pictures. Yeah. On February 2nd, Renaissance is also planning to distribute the Spring Renaissance cards. These cards are awarded to students based on their last semester GPA. With these cards, students can redeem raffle prizes and attend monthly rallies. The promotion includes campus posters and social media posters all over the school. So this year we had over 800 students receiving these Renaissance cards, with the majority of having a 3.0 GPA or higher. This means that more than half the school will be eligible for Renaissance cards. We are also promoting the Pioneer Pride Awards, so these awards aren't just given for academic success, but any teacher can give them to their students. It's a wonderful way to recognize students who are working hard in their classes. The awards are given to students who maintain good grades, exhibit positive behavior, show respect towards their peers, and more. This year, we approximately received 250 awards. We just started these Pioneer Pride Awards this year, so 250 is a lot for this past semester. So we also hope to increase that number this semester.
Artesia sports teams also had an outstanding performances. Our band won their first ever sweepstakes at Pomona, and they won first place at Baldwin on December 2nd. Our varsity football team made it to the semifinals of CIF. Artesia basketball participated in the 10th annual JV and Frosh Winter Classic, in which both of our teams won first place in the black division.
We will continue to push forward with more exciting events in the future. While we plan these events, we understand that our process will need to be flexible in order to maintain the safety of all students, which is always our priority. We look forward to reporting more about our successes at Artesia High School. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Yes, we do. We have our board member, which is our former president, Mr. Beach.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Madam President. I just want to say briefly, I absolutely love the red pinstripe jerseys that you're wearing. And with the word
Whoa.
leadership on the front, that's such an important word. The two of you did great at public speaking tonight. You're leaders at your school, and I want to commend you for all that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next one will be, thank you. Next one will be our board member, Dr. Rios.
Thank you for giving us a recap of your year. It kind of reminds us that like it's already half over and here we are already looking towards the end of the year. I'm always really excited about hearing all the awesome things happening at Artesia, especially because I drive by there like every day, twice a day, when I leave to work and when I come back. But I'm always excited at seeing things advertised. I love the idea of a college boot camp. I know that Artesia's, pride in celebrating all of their students applying to college. That is awesome. The other thing, I also totally caught my attention, the jerseys. Love that. And there was one last thing. Oh, I like that your Renaissance program has always been a highlight. We talked about a theme this year being growth with the plant that we got earlier, and I love that at Artesia you celebrate that as well. The fact that students do get an opportunity to progress and grow in their academics and are celebrated. And lastly, your amazing staff who shows up. The entire team is here looking tired, but you're here powering through. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
And next one will be board clerk, Mr. Noyola.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to thank you guys for coming and sharing all the wonderful things that are happening at Artesia. And I also wanted to give a special thank you to all the staff that came here, but just listening to all the great, boot camps and all the college preparedness nights and all those extra things that go into getting students, ready for college, thinking about college. The hard work pays off. I think Artesia High School has a 98% college attendance rate for everybody who graduates. So that's just amazing. That's just a testament to all the staff here. Thank you, guys.
And last will be our Vice President, Mr. Nishii.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. 3 pages, small print. And I don't think this is everything. I am sure in fact, I know there's one more event happening in February probably. So yeah, very good job. But I very much appreciate the efforts that you make and really leading your community and being a showcase for what is possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to thank you again. I know you're young, and I believe some of you, either Natalie or as you may not drive, so your parent maybe drop you off here and waiting for take you home. I want to thank you to your parent. Are they here today? Or are they outside? Well, so you will be excused real soon. I want to thank you and go home and study. But I also want to mention about Artesia High School. One of the things I've been as a board since 2007, I actually really get involved with the Artesia High School is 2009, and then me and other board member were talking about how Artesia, and I remember Sergio, Mr. Garcia had made a promise, I'm going to improving our SAT test, this and that. They did. And I always want to say for Artesia High School, they always take the last aisle. The whole team from you is always comes like an army, and this is the thing I encourage the superintendent. All schools should be like that. Everyone will be back in there, support the students, and you did a great presentation. I want to thank you for update information of Artesia High School, and let us know more if we can assist you. Thank you again. Thank you, team.
Thank you.
Thank you, teacher. And by the way,
Thank
we also have a new intern principal, Rosie Garcia. Hi. Ms. Gomez, I'm sorry, I should know your last name very well, Ms. Gomez. Thank you again for your help and support, and the staff. Thank you. So, well, we have our employee representative, the president, ABCFT, Ms. Regier. Have you stayed here longer? Just wait for us. I want to thank you so much for staying here, waiting for the report. Now, the floor is yours now. Do you have? Huh? Moving tonight. Okay, thank you. Looking forward to the next meeting. So next one is public comments. Before, again, I ask the clerk, Mr. Noyola, to begin public comments, I want to remind those here, if you wish to provide input on work of the school facility capacity and decline enrollment ad hoc committee, I suggest you to attend committee meeting tomorrow night to do so in our district, again, tomorrow, January 17, at 6 p.m. at District Boardroom. Thank you. So go ahead, Ms. Clerk, Mr.
Thank you,
Nayola.
Madam President. So once again, persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and place it in the silver tin. Speakers will be called in sequence during public comments section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Please remember that the board is unable to directly respond to comments made during public comment section, and neither the board nor district staff verify the accuracy of the statements made during public comments. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes, and each will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board discussion and taking action. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group, identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff. First up, we have Hilda Palacios, followed by Joe Pak.
Maybe left.
Thank you so much. Dear board, I'm going to direct to you all. January, it's the National School Board Month, and Whitney High PTSA come here to you to congratulate you, to recognize you. We come on behalf of Whitney High School, and most importantly, on behalf of the 466 members that we have in our community. And we do recognize all the hard work that you do. Every month you stay here all together, doing a lot of things, not only the agenda, but listening to all the public comments and trying to fix a lot of things happening in the community. And for that, you not only help Whitney High School, but you help all of the schools. So we brought you something and a certificate of appreciation, because we do really have you in our hearts. So this goes to Ms. Sofia Tse.
Let me come down here.
Mr. Vice President Ernie Nishi. Mr. Francisco Noyola, Board Clerk. Mr. Brad Beach, Board Member. Mr. Michael Eugenio, Board Member. Dr. Olga Rios. And we are also including Ms. Yu. We are also including our superintendent and her cabinet. Dr. Gina Zitlow. Daniel Veseman. Dr. Carol Castro. Mr. Toa Nguyen. Dr. Joe Fraser. And Mr. Scott Smith, present. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tuesday.
Did Danielle get one? Yes.
I want to thank you, Winnie High School Foundation. I also attending their meeting on last week, Winnie Foundation. But I wanted, when Gilda would approach me, say, I'm going to give you a gift, I say, I want to make it clear in the public, anything gift we receive must be less than $50. I said, we can't take more than that. That's a legal thing. And she said, oh, no, don't worry, it's not less than 50. We can't afford more than 50. So I want to thank you so much. So I want to make people to be aware of that gift. Okay, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Up next, we have Joe Pak, followed by Victoria Ortega.
I think Joe probably left already. Yeah, he left already.
Okay. Victoria Ortega.
Hello. Hi, I'm a parent of a student at Stowers Elementary, and I just wanted to bring to your attention, to the board, of the bullying that's been going on at Stowers Elementary and how it's not been addressed. Only one person has actually contacted me back, and that's Mr. Nayala, and I appreciate you contacting me back and showing your empathy in your email towards my son. It's very emotional because my son has been bullied since last year by students, the same students at the school, and the principal has not showed any empathy or compassion, and it's been carried on till today. He was slapped in the face and nothing was done. All I was told today by her, well, I have to do my investigation, and her investigation has been going on since last year. He has an eating disorder now because I made fun of his weight. He went from 165 to 96 pounds in 8 months because he is afraid to eat because kids made fun of him. The same kids made fun of his body and humiliated him in front of everybody, calling him trash, and that he is a recycler and he needs to pick up trash, and he did it. And they humiliated him in front of everybody. Had a PTA parent had not contacted me, I would have never known that this was happening to my baby. Today, his grandmother sat in the parking lot waiting for him and witnessed a student slap him. Again, the principal said, this is not the same boy that was bullying him. And I said, and that matters? He was hit. He had physical contact with another student. And again, it was brushed under the rug, and it wasn't until 4:15 today that Ms. Lozano contacted me. I wanted to bring to your awareness because this has to stop at some point. I'm sure it's happening to many other students there. And this needs to be addressed somehow, some way. And I'm coming to you guys because I know you're here to help the students. And I know you're here and you care about our ABC students. I am a product of ABC, and I've never, ever experienced this, as I was a student here myself and also an employee for 7 years. I've never experienced this. I'm shocked and broken because I trust this district, and I know it's a good district for our children. That's why I stayed in ABC, to keep my baby here, to get the best education that he would get at Stowers. So I come to you guys because I want to bring awareness to this. It needs to stop at one point, and something needs to happen. Some change needs to happen at Stowers Elementary. I know it can, and I know that we are a united district, and we stick together, and we help our students. And I know you guys won't let my baby down. I know you guys won't. So I ask you guys to please help him, to please help step into that school to see what is going on and the changes that need to be made. As I see the other students come in here talk about kindness, it's beautiful. Why can't Stowers be that way? I know those students there are capable, but something there is not happening where that they can carry that. Something there is not, it's not aligned, it's not right. So some changes need to be made, and I hope me coming here as a concerned parent for my son, as his advocate, I'm all he has to speak up for him. And he's looking at his authorities there to help him. And when he's told to make the decision on himself, feeling scared, like, I don't know what to do, I I wish the authorities there would speak for him and help him and know that he's protected there the 6 hours that he's there. That's all I have to say, and I wanted to just bring it to light. And I thank you. I thank you for hearing me out. I thank you, and I just want you to know that I thank you for having me here, and my son, Yeshua, would know that I'm here for him, talking for him, and that he would appreciate if you guys were there to step in to help not only him, but the other students that are suffering from bullying as well. And that's it. Thank you.
Ms. Ortega, everything's recorded, and board usually do not make a comment at this public comments. So we will have this make sure our superintendent, she's taking the notes already, she wrote it down, she will get back to us. We're not gonna let you say 1 year. It will be, take care real shortly, we'll get back to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Jules Kim, followed by Steven Sodders.
Oh, one of those people.
Ladies and gentlemen, imagine you are a 10-year-old kid. Step into her shoes. You're an eager learner. You wake up every morning ready to embrace this new school day. You love school so much, you volunteer repeatedly to lead enrichment clusters where they only reimburse you $35, and she spends an additional $50 from her allowance to make sure these younger kids get a really fulfilling slime making experience. You take your seat in class with your notebook ready to write your observations for the day, ready to document the world around you. But on this particular day, things are a little bit different. Your teacher, someone you look up to and trust, confiscates your notebook. Imagine that feeling of helplessness when something so personal is taken away from you. In your distress, you ask your teacher if you can call your parents, and she denies your request. This is a place that should feel safe, and you're beginning to feel trapped. So you ask to go to the restroom, hoping to retrieve your phone in your backpack and call your parents for support. You step out of the classroom, but the teacher follows you, confiscating your phone. Imagine the overwhelming feelings you feel as a 10-year-old trapped in that situation. You're uncertain what you have done wrong. You try to regain control of your emotions, and your teacher instructs you to circle outside the building while you sob. After 2 hours of sobbing, you request to see the mental health professional for help. You're hoping for comfort and compassion, but when the principal, Ms. B, arrives, her disapproval is palpable. Instead of asking you what's wrong, she proceeds to interrogate you, escalating your emotions. Her words are, "This is so not okay. How would you like it if someone wrote down notes about every little thing you did?" You try to explain that you've never been in trouble, but the continued questioning increases your anxiety. Instead of asking you, "What happened?" She questions your integrity. She says, "Your teacher tells me you refuse to do a classroom job. Other kids have to do it. What makes you so special that you don't have to do what they do?" The tone, the content of her questions agitates you even more, and you're crying and hyperventilating. This is your first experience in trouble at a place where you excel academically, and you've never experienced disciplinary action. You're conscientious and a rule-following child, and you feel like you're being unfairly treated. Ms. B's questioning continues, questioning even the validity of your doctor's note. "Sometimes I have trouble drinking water," she says, "and I've had a UTI before, but I've never experienced what you're describing. The school is the only one in the district that has a policy of charging students a classroom penalty in order to go to the bathroom. and your then teacher also banned water bottles even during a heat wave, causing you to leave school early to go to the pediatrician for urinary issues from dehydration. Miss B continues, even as you hyperventilate, you're scratching your legs, you're ripping apart the stress ball, and you're sobbing uncontrollably. She doesn't stop until the mental health professional says, I don't think we can continue, Miss B. I don't think she's in a state to answer questions. In your distress, the principal commands you, calm down. If your partner ever said that to you, would that work? This only exacerbates your feelings, and it doesn't de-escalate anything. It's been 3.5 hours since you asked to call your parents and you have been denied. Finally, someone calls. Your mom arrives within 9 minutes of that call. And when she arrives, the principal says, I didn't believe you when you said last week that your kid has panic attacks, but now I do. This traumatic incident, your doctors diagnosed you as experiencing an anxiety attack as a result of the principal's actions. You lose your trust in teachers and principals reflecting to your 10-year-old self. I thought principals and teachers were supposed to care for their students. Thank you.
Up next, we have Stephen Sodders, followed by Margaret Sato.
All right. Good evening, and also Happy New Year to everybody, because it's been that long since we saw each other, so Happy New Year. Board members, assembled district staff, thank you, all of you, for your service. I just mean that very sincerely. Thank each of you for what you're doing, for your service. The common denominator between people who devote themselves to public service and those of us who dedicate ourselves more directly to education is that we care. Is that we care. I don't know, but I imagine that there is precious little glory and a lot of thankless hard work involved in running a school district. You guys can just, you don't have to, you can just like do a little nod, like, yeah, there's a lot of both of those things. Not a lot of glory, a lot of thankless work. It is, I think, too easy to be cynical about our elected leaders, to forget that you are people. You're people who are doing your best to give back and make your community a better place. And I think that's true, I think, of almost anyone who does public service. I don't think you can get up here with these long meetings and all of this and not at some level care and want to give back. I want to thank you all for the countless hours of quiet work that behind the scenes that we will never see. I didn't know January was a month for school board, but yay, look at the timing. Look at that, kind of worked out. It is also a weighty responsibility. In your hands rest the days of learning and happiness of thousands. As you, our elected representatives, are your constituents, advocates, and our voices in the district, the buck, as Harry Truman famously said, ultimately rests with you. As the guardians and protectors of our students, as those who uphold what is best in our district, please remember that our character is most clearly shown in how we deal with those who have less power than we do. If power inspires us to protect and to care, then education and public service are our vocation. If power inspires us to dominate, dismiss, and double down, then maybe our vocation lies elsewhere. Thank you for looking out for kids and families. Thank you all for your service, and I hope that for all the parents here, thank you for sharing your story as well. Please, thank you for looking out for all of us, and we know you'll look out for us. Thank you.
Next, we have Margaret Sato and Dina Pryor.
Margaret Saito, I'm community member. I want to thank Dr. Say as president and members of the board for giving me the opportunity to speak on this topic. As Dr. Say mentioned, we are looking into the declining enrollment of the schools. And as we do that, I would also like us to look at the administration. All these programs that I have watched, these presentations, and you have 2 or 3 staff members, each making these really nice PowerPoints and presentations. I'm sure they do a lot of good, but I want to know, as a taxpayer, community member, what is the cost benefit? Okay, let's start looking this year, last year, this year, and next year. Okay, look at how the students did. Below level, at school level, grade level, and above, and where they are at the end of the year, okay? And are we able to retain students? I want to look at each program from the benefit that we get as a district. Is this program advancing our students? Are we able to retain our students? What is the cost benefit? What is this costing us? Let's do the dollars, run the numbers, okay? And if this one is not beneficial to the district, and I mean, let's run numbers, percentages, okay? If it's not doing at least 80%, let's look, maybe we don't want to do this program, okay? Because if we're going to look at closing schools, first let's cut admin, okay? I want you to cut all the admin first. Let's look at where can we cut before we cut schools, okay? So I want you to look at that. We need to look at costs from a business stance, okay? And benefit, what it costs us in dollars and cents. Lastly, this is not on this topic, but I would like, we had 2 parents make presentations about bullying. If 2 students are being bullied, there are probably more in the school that weren't able to come, that students are experiencing this. Let's do across the board. Let's have whatever, I know you have programs on bullying, let's get it out, and let's relook at it, and let's see where are we failing, okay? And let's go back to the drawing board and have the students get involved and to, pressure, because really social pressure does a lot. They know who does the bullying, and they can help the teachers and staff, create an environment where bullying does not exist. But I think maybe you also need to do some retraining for administration. If we are not getting what I feel as a community member is an appropriate response. Because I expect this district to be immediate in terms of addressing these problems. Because bullying leads to other problems, and it compounds. And like a lot of these, we're concerned with these violent acts where the students, use guns. It's because over the years, a lot of times, these students have been bullied, and it creates so much anger in them. And we should deal with the anger, but we need to address these, to create an environment where bullying does not exist. I know we've had programs, let's get them out again, and let's start looking at them, okay? Because as far as I'm concerned, bullying is not acceptable, okay? And I expect more from you guys, all right? If there's 2 here, there's probably 20, 40 out there, okay? So I really want you to take a look at the schools, take a look at all the schools, okay? And talk to the administrators, okay? If we have to do more training, let's do training, do whatever it takes, because it creates psychological problems for these kids. And it's going to lead to emotional problems that will carry them forward. the people won't be able to adjust. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sito. I also want to invite you tomorrow, 17 at 6 p.m. at our boardroom for this consolidated issue. Okay, thank you. Do you have any other one?
Yeah, our last comment is Dina Pryor.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for this time, and Happy New Year. It's great to see all your faces. Always nice to see familiar faces. So congratulations on the new positions. But I'm back because I haven't given up on this project for getting GAR an aquatic center. I have done a little bit of more research and made some contacts. I recently spoke with a pool architect, the same architects that did the Torrance Aquatic Center, and he has given me some information as far as costs. We have determined that there is space on GAR. He's drawn up a sample sketch and determined a suitable location that would create a nice athletic complex for GAR campus. And in addition to that, I have requested the civil survey documents. He would like to see those, obviously, in order to plan construction. So I requested those from Mr. McDonald at GAR and also Mr. K here at the district. I have not heard from either one of them, but I'm hoping to get a response soon. I just wanted to let you know that I'm continuing my research and hope to have a formal plan in place with all the numbers, all the particulars that you would need to make a formal decision. I do still believe, I know that you guys are experiencing budget cuts and low enrollment numbers. I believe that this would be a nice addition to the district and allow us to take advantage of the opportunity coming forth. And I don't know if you guys are aware, but in 2028, the Olympics are coming to Los Angeles County. And given our location, given GAR's location, with the 105 and the 91 going directly into the LA area, I believe our location provides a nice little area for national teams to come and practice that would allow the district to take advantage of that opportunity to gain additional revenue and income, and not to mention publicity for the district. I think it would be nice. Maybe it's only because I'm a coach. I think it would be nice for the district and the school to get recognized nationally as having a state-of-the-art, pool. And I do anticipate having something similar to Torrance Aquatic Center, where we would have a 65-meter pool in addition to a warm-up pool and locker rooms and office space, of course. But I do anticipate having more information. I'm meeting with private investors tomorrow to discuss, my proposition and hopefully secure some funds, if not all of the funds needed, then a portion of the funds needed. And of course, I'll continue to give you guys information as needed, but just wanted to give that update to you guys. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? Seeing none,
Conclude out.
I close public comment.
Thank you, Board Clerk, Mr. Noyona. Next one is the consent calendar. You might have a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
Okay. All in favor, please, aye.
Can I pull one item?
Okay, if there's item that was pulled and we need to discuss it, and then we vote on a separate consent item, can you present which item that you'd like to present?
Yes, 4.6C.
4.6C. Any other polling items from now? Go ahead.
Yeah, this is not
Vice
substantive.
President?
It's just a thank you
Clarification.
to the parents who donated. There's a whole list of 3 pages of parents that have donated from Palms and from Aloha, Carver, Nixon, all these schools, I just want to thank the parents generally for their generosity to make our schools work. We don't get enough money from everywhere else, so having that support is really important. And we also got a big donation to our adult school of things, not just money, but equipment to help their futures in hair care. And so I wanted to really thank that person who donated those particular items. That's all. It deserves a separate extra notice, and so that's all I wanted to say.
So just for appreciation, otherwise
appreciation.
no need to pull out, so Jill put it back into the agenda to vote. So
Yes.
I asked my colleague, we have a first and second already. Now I need all my colleagues say, if you yes, please say aye.
Aye.
And the motion passed 7-0. Oh,
6.
6-0, yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. Next one, we go to the consent item, timed item. May I have a motion to accept, is that right? Oh, number 19. Accept the district annual audit report to Measure BB, general obligation bond audit report from NIGRO and NIGRO PC for the year ending June 30 on 2023. May I have a motion and second?
I'll move. Second.
Okay, and then, Mr. Noy?
Thank you, Board President Say. Good evening, board members. Annually, the district is required to contract with an independent third-party auditor to audit the district financials. This is for the year ending June 30th, 2023. On top of a separate financial audit of the districts, the Measure BB bond program also require a separate audit of that program to ensure that all expenditures in that program is fully in compliance with the initiative that was approved by the voters. So here tonight we have the audit manager, Mr. Oscar Gonzalez from the firm NIGRO that was approved by the board to report to the board the two separate audit reports and the findings of the audit. So with that, Mr. Gonzalez.
Appreciate it. Good afternoon to the board, superintendent, as well as the cabinet. As mentioned, we're here to kind of discuss the results of the 22-23 audits. So before I kind of get into it, I'd like to kind of give a little background. I'd like to kind of disclose that typically the audit takes place throughout the year. So currently right now during January, we're starting communication with the district to schedule our 3 visits. Our first visit is a sample of school sites that we will visit to audit their controls as they pertain to attendance and associated student body activities. Subsequent to that, around April or May, we'll come out to the district and we'll initiate our internal control testing over expenses, revenues, payroll. We'll also start looking at state and federal compliance. In conjunction during that week that we're here, we'll start looking at the Measure BB. We'll test a representative sample of expenses, ensuring that they're in compliance with the ballot language. Subsequent to that, around September, we'll come out, and that's kind of when we do a majority of our financial audit. We'll audit the unaudited actuals for the district, as well as the financials that pertain to Measure BB. During that visit, we also will pull some additional expenses as it relates to the bond to ensure that we meet coverage and ensure that those expenses, again, are allowable. During that visit, as it pertains to Measure BB, we'll test a sample of contracts as well as change orders, making sure that those, again, are allowable for the bond use. In terms of the results, as it pertains to the district's audit, we typically provide 3 opinions. Those are over the financial, federal awards, and state awards. In terms of the financial statements, the district was awarded an unmodified opinion, meaning clean. There was no findings as it relates to that area. In terms of federal compliance, the district was still given an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion. There was one finding. Of course, if you like me, I'll get into the details of it, or if you like a further explanation regarding it. But I will disclose that the finding was not material enough or significant enough or severe enough to affect our opinion over it. There was no financial impact to the district in regards to it, so I will disclose that. And then lastly, regarding state awards, the district was again awarded a clean audit opinion in there. There was 2 findings. Again, those were not severe in nature, and they were no financial impact to the district. As it relates to Measure BB, we tested about 50% of the overall expenses for the year. Again, with Measure BB, the district was awarded a clean audit opinion over the financial as well as the performance of the audit. At this point in time, if you guys have any questions regarding the findings, I'll gladly answer them.
I do not see any public comments.
Now back to my colleague, open for discussion or comment. If we see none, I want to thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
For our 2023 report. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the motion will pass 7-0.
We have to call for the vote.
I already have a motion, first and second. I need all board members, if you say yes, please, no, wait a minute.
Calling for
All
the
those
vote.
in favor, say yes. Any nays?
Aye.
Aye, okay, thank you. So motion passed 7-0. I'm sorry. Okay, next one's action items. 1.1-A, may I have a motion to adopt resolution 23-15, acknowledging January 2024 as the School Board Recognition Month. May I have a motion and second?
Motion adopt, Eugenio. Second by Noyola.
Thank you, Dr. Zillo.
Thank you. As you can see in the resolution, it just acknowledges the work that board members do, that they are there to ensure the well-being of all students, not only academically, but their social, emotional, and mental health needs. Interestingly enough, this being a school board member makes you part of the largest group of elected officials in the state of California. I thought that was an interesting piece. So thank you for your work.
Thank you, Dr. Zillo. And any public comments?
I do not see any.
Any discussion from my colleague here? Okay, I have board member Dr. Rios.
I just want to publicly acknowledge again the Whitney High PTSA that came out and acknowledged us today. I think again, these are hard times for everybody, especially public officials, especially board members. So I really want to thank them and, yeah, take a moment that although we do our work proudly and understand that it comes with its ups and downs, it's always heartwarming to know and to have people actually come out and acknowledge our efforts. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rios. Next one, board member Mrs. Yu.
Yeah, this is on the resolution?
We have to
Yes, correct. That's what, so we have to vote.
Okay, on
For
which
recognition.
resolution is this?
1.1 dash
Yeah, school
A.
board?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We recognize them.
Just want to say thank you thank you for acknowledging us. Yeah, sometimes we do have late night meetings, so it does get tough. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other? So I have board member Mr. Beach.
I just want to say thank you to all of my colleagues. It has been a wonderful year, and thank you for all your hard work. It's an often thankless job, but appreciate you all.
And as board president, I want to thanks again to my colleague here. We are the one make a difference in here, and I was call myself as a high-end PTA member. But I want to thanks again for all your hard work, and I want to thank your staff for recognize that. And I also especially like Dr. Olga Rios just mentioned about the Whitney High School came forward and gave a certificate. We sincerely appreciate. And so, furthermore, I like to, I will need to go. If none, all those in favor say yes or aye.
Aye.
Okay, so the motion passes 7-0. May I have a motion to adopt resolution 23-16 acknowledging January 13, 2024 as Korean American Day in recognition of many contributions made by Korean Americans.
Motion adopt, Eugenio.
Second, Nishi.
Okay. I will not read the resolution like we, because everything written is a public notice. So, do we have any public comments?
I do not see any.
Okay, any discussion from my colleague here? If none, all those in, oh, there one, okay. Will be a board member, Mrs. Yu.
Yeah, thank you. Being Korean American, I really appreciate this resolution. And thank you, Dr. Zillo and the staff for putting it on the agenda. I just want to say that Korean Americans are very, very indebted to Martin Luther King for the road that he paved for us as we immigrated in the 60s. But the first Americans came in 1903, and I just wanted to just share a little bit about how Korea under the Joseon dynasty from 1392 to 1910 was 500 years. Under Joseon dynasty, there was the worst slavery on the face of earth. The slaves were owned by the slave owners, and literally they're worth like animals. And that was taken over by the imperialism, under the Japanese imperialism. And it wasn't until 1945 when American soldiers came to Korean soil and liberated the Koreans. And these are the Koreans who came to America, starting in 1903. Those were the early immigrants, but really the major immigration took place in the 70s, 60s, 70s. 70s is when I came, so a living history, and really, really appreciate racism does exist. It's in the human hearts. Even today, there's not only the colors, but economy, what you have, what you don't have, who you hang out with, it's in the human heart. It's something that we need to work on all the time. And it was, two men, Martin Luther King and Abraham Lincoln, who gave their life. It's a legacy, and I really appreciate, and I am proud to live in America under the Constitution, because this is the only country on the face of earth where it's by the people and for the people. People are above, the rulers. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Yu. And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Next one, 3.15-8. May I have a motion to approve request to contract with Center for Autism and Related Disorder, with so-called CARD, to provide in-person behavior intervention support services for preschool students in need of support in the Head Start program for the 2023 to 2024 school year. May I have a motion and second on this matter?
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Castro?
Good evening, thank you. Presented here is this contract for Center for Autism-Related Disorders. It's very important that as part of our Head Start programs that we provide preschool students with the support necessary to be successful in their school setting. And this specifically looks at autism-related disorders that would require special behavior management support plans and particular aids.
Okay, any public comments?
I do not see any.
Okay, any discussion for my colleague here? Let's see any, oh, okay. Vice President, Mr. Nishii.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Really quick, regarding this particular company, what makes them the best, and what is our metric for success?
So we've had some prior experience with this company through our special education program. One of the main features or highlights from the staff and the parents that reviewed this was that there was a lot of flexibility with the needs of students and parents, ABC, and that they specifically look at IEP objectives, and so that's part of our metrics. So every student has that individualized plan, and when they look at the IEP and then measure whether or not students have met their goals, that is part of the metrics that we look at, and the fact that this company is not just a holistic, but rather personalized for each student's individual's needs is one of our major areas that we wanted to highlight from them.
I want to thank you so much, and myself as a healthcare provider, pediatric nurse practitioner, the early identification and early intervention really gives a better outcome for our students. I want to thank you so much. So, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All passes 7-0. Item 3.16-A, may I have a motion to approve request to contract with the TPR Admissions Counseling LLC, DBA, college-wise to provide college advising for 150 11th grade students representing the unduplicate student group at Artesia, Cerritos, Gar, Tracy, and Winnie High School for the 2023 to 2024 school year through December 2024. I need a motion and second.
Second by Nayola.
Dr. Castro?
As part of our local control accountability plan, we have added support, counseling support for students with college admissions. As you know, some of our students don't have the same resources or abilities to contract with private companies to help in the college admissions process. They provide workshops, help with applications, writing process, other workshops related to college applications and essays, and financial aid. And so this is an important step in making sure that we provide the additional resources for our low-income students, foster youth, homeless students, and students who are English learners.
Thank you. Any public comments?
I do not see any.
Any discussion from my colleague here? If none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 7-0. Next one's 3.17-A, by motion to approve request to contract with the United We Lead Foundation to provide 2 math family nights sessions and material to 50 third to 6th grade students in the migrant education program for 2023 to 2024 school year. I need a motion and second.
Motion.
Second.
Dr. Castro?
Thank you. As part of our ongoing Math Steps initiative, in which we want to continue to support the development growth of math skills for our students, we do feel that family engagement around math and positive experiences around math are really important. And so this is why the Migrant Education Program has decided to focus on math family nights for this year.
Thank you. Any public comments on this matter?
I do not see any.
Okay. I know we have our Vice President, Mr. Nishi. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. I think it's a great, great program. It's, gosh, it's only $5,000 is on math, and it's definitely to support families in math. So I'm very appreciative of you bringing this program forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. 4.7-8, may I have a motion to approve bid award ABC 1633 horizontal wrapper machine to Platinum Packaging as lowest responsive. Am I right? I'm sorry? I skip it?
Skip the book.
Oh, the book. Okay, after this 4.7, we'll go back that one. Do you guys wouldn't mind? Since I already announced here. No, I followed here. Oh, yeah, I missed that. Okay. Okay. So we're back to 3.18-8. I missed that. I apologize. May I have a motion to approve request to adopt the following textbook titled The Successful Internship, the 5th edition for 2023 to 2024 school year. I believe the book was, I know. The book was in the office here for the staff to review and my colleague to review. So I need a motion and second here.
Second.
Thank you. Dr. Castro?
As part of our current mental health careers pathway at Cerritos High School, students are encouraged to work in the field and provide some experience. And so this really talks about internship experiences and how to have a successful internship experience with this particular pathway.
Thank you. Any public comment?
I do not see any.
Okay, now I know our Vice President, Ms. Nishi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam President. No, I think this is also a great book. I wish I had this when I was an intern way back when, so I could know how to maximize my experience. It's very practical, very good. In fact, it even talks about how you can have your own social ability or social needs met in terms of adapting to internships and cultural differences. So kudos to the staff that actually found this great method of educating our kids in practical things. So thank you.
Yeah, I myself also read the book this afternoon, and I echo board member, vice president, I mentioned about this book. It is true. It's talking about a lot of citizenship, learning, and civic development in experience learning for our students. This is a great book to present. I want to thank you so much. If seeing no more discussion, so I would like to ask all those favor, please say aye.
Aye.
So the motion passed 7-0. Next one, 4.7-8, my motion to approve bid award ABC 1633 horizontal wrapper machine to Platinum Packaging as lowest response and responsible bidder. I need a motion and second.
Motion approved, Yanyo.
Second.
Mr. Nguyen, the floor is yours again, Tuan.
Thank you so much. So we went out to bid for a wrapper machine to replace the current one that we have that's over 15 years old. And we have what we believe is 2 successful bids. and we are asking the board to approve the award to Platinum Packaging as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for this machine.
And this is for nutrition department, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, and do we have any public comment?
I do not see any.
Okay. Do we have any discussion on our board colleague here? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Next one, 4.8-8. May I have a motion to approve bid award ABC 1634 cold storage at Whitney High School to Cal City Construction Incorporation as lowest responsible bidder? May I have a motion and second?
So moved. Second.
Ms. Nguyen?
Thank you. Again, we went out to bid for the cold storage at Whitney High School that has been beyond useful lives, and we have, fortunately, have two what we believe is successful bids. And tonight that we are recommending the board to approve the contract to Cal City, who is our current contractor for Cerritos High School and Whitney High School. Gar High School. Apologize. So they
Thanks.
are the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. So we are pleased. They are also a local company.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Do we have any public comments?
I do not see any.
Any discussion from my colleague here? If none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
So the motion passed 7-0. Next one's information item. 1.3-8 quarterly Williams Settlement Compliance Report for.
Oh, wait, no.
Oh,
4.9?
yeah.
Oh, you're missing one.
I did it.
This right here.
4.9?
4.98.
Oh, I don't have here.
I know, that's weird.
Okay, that's okay. Can I have that? It's okay. You have that? Thank you. You have that? 4.98, you don't have either. It's okay. Bernie has it.
Go ahead, take it.
I'm gonna base on the, huh? It's okay. Okay, next one is the action item 4.9-8. Bid award ABC 1635 is lead. What is that?
Lead. That's a baby.
Lead, I didn't, there, lead, yeah. There is in school, I think this is the thing very important about the lead. So, and this will be leading by us, by Mr. Lewin.
Thank you, President Say. We are prepared to paint 3 schools, Aloha, Hawaiian, and Palms. As part of the process, we are required to do lead abatement at those schools as part of the painting process. So we went out to bid again for that service, and we were able to have 3 very competitive bids. And tonight we are recommending the board to approve the award to Air Clean Environmental as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Any public comments? Oh, I thought we had, that I have a motion. My motion and second on board here for this matter, 4.9-8.
I make a motion to.
Second. I know Tuan already presented, so any public comments, sir?
I do not see any.
Okay, do we have any discussion on the board? Vice President? Go
Sorry.
ahead.
Sorry, I have to ask questions. So this bid is like 50% of the other bid, and I know. So everything else is within 20%, which I figure is within the margin of error. But what makes these guys so much cheaper? Sometimes I know you are constrained in terms of the scope of work that you provide, but maybe the other guys didn't understand.
So it could be a variety of reasons, right? In terms of the 3 bidders, I think the third one you could throw it out is an outlier for sure. So between the 64 and the 98,000, so that's $30,000 apart. I'm just looking at Aloha, but if you want to look at the total, you can do that too. Depend on their staffing availability, depends on their expertise, depends on whether they have done this before, depends on whether they really want to do the business with the district just to get, foot in the door strategies. So, but these are all qualified, responsive, and responsible bidders, meaning that they have to be able to have performance bond, that they can do the work, and insurance to do the work, and the reference check were also positive. So they have experience, they were bondable, they are responsive and responsible bidders. So by law, we have to award it to the lowest bidder.
I understand
Right.
that.
So in terms of that, yeah, like I said, It could be staffing, that they have extra staff during this month, that they can do the work. It could be their expertise, and they've done that before. It could be foot in the door strategy with the district. So there's many factors in terms of determine the cost. The bid scope is very clear because they all require to do a job walk before they submit a bid. So we explain to them, this is what you need to do, and give them a chance to ask questions. So the scope of the work is clear. There's a job walk before that. So there's not, where there could be misunderstanding in the scope of work, we don't want to assume that. We just want to say that this is what you require to do, and you submit a bid for it. Therefore, you are contractually, accountable for your bid. And if you're not, there's when the performance bond, the insurity will come in and take over the contract. So we confident of the recommendation to Air Clean Environmental.
Right. So now I understand the issue with the bond, performance bond, but also I know that if it's more than 20% off or different, that the bonding company itself will ask questions as to why, because everybody's paying prevailing wage, right? Everybody's paying the same wage. The materials should be same because you specify the specific materials that you're utilizing, and the procedures used for lead abatement is pretty regulated. So, I mean, and I love a great deal, don't get me wrong, but when it's 50%, more than 50%, I'm looking at the total, 210 versus 489. Of course I'll go for the 210 because I'm legally required to, but also the other option is throwing it out. And I know we don't want to do that, but do they have an issue of, and you said you did reference checks, did you do litigation checks as well?
Correct. As part of the process since the incident, we always ask that.
Okay.
So as part of, that's a part of the reference check.
And Better Business Bureau as part of the check? I checked them out also.
Yeah,
but,
I can't answer that. I don't know if our director of purchasing checked the BBB, but if they don't have any complaint against them as a non-responsive bidder,
right.
we don't, even if they have a negative rating in BBB, that we can't say that you disqualify because of that.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand that. All right. Like I said, I love a great bargain, but we have a choice of either. We can't accept number 2. That's the problem with public contracts. You can't accept the second one because it's higher. But we could not go forward. But we want lead done in these places, so thank you for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
Any other? If none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So the motion passed 7-0. Next one, we'll go to the information item 1.3-1, quarterly Williams Settlement Compliance Report for October through December 2023. Dr. Zillow?
Thank you. In our compliance report that we received from LACO, there were no complaints in regard to instructional materials, facilities, or teacher vacancies or misassignments.
And information item 1.4-1, results of site visit, reviews, and uniform compliance data for 2022 to 2023. Dr. Zillow.
Thank you. The site that they visited, we were able to pass all of the areas that they looked at and all of the information. There were no concerns in any of the areas that we needed to make a correction.
Thank you, Dr. Zillow. And next one will our board member reports. Board member Dr. Eugenio.
Thank you, Madam President. Happy New Year, everyone. I hope you all had a relaxing winter break. On Monday, December 11th, I attended the City of Artesia's reorganization meeting. Congratulations to Councilman Tony Lima for being voted in as mayor, and Councilman Ali Taj for being voted in as mayor pro tem. On Wednesday, December 20th, I attended the 4th annual Artesia Toy Drive-Thru at London Pubs, hosted by Councilman Rene Trevino. Thank you to all the event sponsors, which included the Office of LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn, Cerritos Sheriffs, Lina Gonzalez, Ashoka the Great Restaurant, and London Pubs Restaurant. Happy New Year again, everyone, and here's to another great semester. May God bless you all and keep you well.
Thank you, Dr. Eugenio. Next one will be our board clerk, Mr. Noyona.
I just wanted to wish everybody a happy New Year's and ready for this new semester. I was able to attend many band performances, and I just got to say that we have some very talented students. Cerritos High School put up a great performance. Hawaiian Elementary put on a great performance as well. I know Ernie Nishi was there. I also want to report that I also attended the Hawaiian Gardens City Council meeting for the reorganization, and congratulate Victor Farfan for being the mayor, and also my friend Dandy DePaulo for being the mayor pro tem. So just a big kudos to them, and Happy New Year again.
Thank you. And next one is our Vice President, Mr. Nishii. Mr.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll keep it really quick. So attended a lot of events. My only complaint is that we can't attend them all because they're all on the same day. But it's the best part of the job, you know, being able to see the joy of students and understanding kindness from people. And that's what I think Elliot was talking to us about, kindness that counts. MLK was talking about that. And I think if we had leaders many years ago that thought about empathy and cared about things, even in terms of bullying, if we really empathize with other people, those things would not happen. And it is part of our job to make sure that these situations are addressed, to stop bullying, to stop meanness, to stop unkindness. And so we're going to have a program February 7th and 8th at Artesia High School and at Betty High School, at middle school, and we're even going to go to elementary school to talk to kids about what civil rights really means. And hopefully it's a hopeful message that these little kids eventually became old and productive members of society despite injustices that happened against them, but that our government also sought to redress many of the things that have happened, and they had the freedom to actually talk about it, criticize, and grow. And so this empathy that I'm trying to have deeply taught to our kids through personal testimonies, I think will go far. And I'm inviting each one of you board members to attend. I know board member Dr. Rios has been there in the past, and it is an eye-opening experience. These are old people, so it'll be very challenging for them to come. So this event is February 7th and 8th. Please come out and call me up if you need more information.
Thank you. And next one, board member, Mr. Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I attended the Finance and Audit Committee meeting, also a Santa event at Nixon, and a movie night with the Nixon kids. I want to commend the watchdogs there for doing a great job. I attended the Optimist Club holiday dinner, and I wanted to wish everybody a happy late Martin Luther King Jr. Day and a happy New Year to all of our families. Madam President, I'd like to suggest that we adjourn tonight in the memory of Los Angeles County Sheriff Sergeant Danilo Castaneda from the Norwalk Station. He was an ABC student, graduated from our schools, passed away early this month at the age of 46. His parents live on my street. He was an only child. They're devastated, and I'd like to adjourn today in his memory, please.
Definitely included. Thank you, board member, Mr. Beach.
I'll second that.
Okay. Thank you, and I kind of ask the people to silent for 1 minute for their respect to the lost. Thank you. This is kind of a little early because we usually will move towards the end. But since you brought it up, so I just kind of give 1 minute silent to pay the respect to the family lost. So the next one, we have our board member, Mr. Yu.
Yeah, thank you, President. See, I'll make it quick. As we celebrated, Martin Luther King, I wanted to share. In my later years, when I was growing up in middle school and high school, my English was very limited. I was still an English learner. So in my later years, I'm searching for the truth and studying history. So I wanted to share this by Abraham Lincoln, who gave his life. Because when it comes to freedom and justice, two men, Abraham Lincoln and Martin Luther King, are the heroes. Abraham Lincoln laid the foundation, and Martin Luther King made it happen and paved the road for all of us, and two men that we should remember. 407 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal. Now we are engaged in a great civil war, testing whether that nation or any nation so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We are met on a great battlefield of that war. We have come to dedicate a portion of that field as a final resting place for those who here gave their lives that nation might live. It is altogether fitting and proper that we should do this. But in a larger sense, we cannot dedicate, we cannot consecrate, we cannot hallow this ground. The brave men, living and dead, who struggled here have consecrated it far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note, nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us, the living, rather to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they fought here, have thus far so notably advanced. It is rather for us to be here, dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead, we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, but that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Abraham Lincoln, November 19, 1863, Gettysburg Address. Just wanted to share that. Thank you. And lastly, Martin Luther King, his legacy, civil rights movement, nonviolence, and public service. We need to follow all of that. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Since your board remember, after the board had presented with place of visit, I also forgot, because I'm follow the leadership of our former president, Mr. Beach. I also attending a teacher reorganization and the toy drive. That day was a raining day. I present the flower to the city council, Rene Trevijo, for their hard work and distribute the toy to the children's needs. I want to thank you to City Atisha. So the next one will be our announcements. Our next regular board meeting on Tuesday, February 6th, 7 p.m. at District Office Boardroom. And School Facility Capacity Decline Enrollment Board Ad Hoc Committee on Wednesday, January 17th, 6 p.m. District Office Boardroom. Diversity, Unity, and Equity Board Advisory of Committee Thursday, January 18th, 6 p.m. District Office Boardroom. Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee Tuesday, January 23rd at 6 p.m. District Tech Lab. This is a different area. Our Finance Audit Board Advisory Committee Thursday, January 25th, 6 p.m. District Conference Room. Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee Wednesday, January the 31st, 6:30 p.m. on District Conference Room. I encourage our board, which is the liaison, attending this committee meeting. Next one is on second public comment. Do we have any?
We do not have any
Okay.
public comment.
So let's adjourn as board, Mr. Breach, I'm sorry. So I'm going to ask motion and second for the closed adjournment. I need a second.
Second by
Second, thank you, Mr. Beach. Thank you, Dr. Rios. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
So the vote 7-0. Thank you, the meeting adjourned, I appreciate it. Have a good day.
Of all the money that e'er I spent it in good company, and of all the